del escrutinio, o sea, está a punto de llegar. Vamos a ver, como aún están con los resultados, están acabando el acta de escrutinio, sí que voy adelantando que aquellos de vosotros que habéis reservado cenar, la cena oficial del partido, se va a celebrar delante del pabellón, en una plaza exterior que hay delante del pabellón número 6. O sea, saliendo por la puerta a la izquierda, delante del pabellón número 6 hay una plaza que ya la veréis, y ahí es donde hay la cena. Empezarán sirviendo bebida, después comida y bebida, hay baile y hay barra libre. No faltará nada. A la celebración del comité ejecutivo de mañana por la mañana. En lugar de celebrarse a las 10 de la mañana, se va a celebrar a las 10:30 de la mañana, ¿vale? Para los miembros.
Ese cambio de hora.
Parece que ha habido alguna duda. La convocatoria de mañana no es de la Junta Directiva Nacional, es del Comité Ejecutivo Nacional. Comité Ejecutivo Nacional a las 10:30. No foteu líos. sentándonos, por favor, que ya tenemos el acta de escrutinio. Bien, pues muchas gracias y damos inicio a esta parte del Congreso.
Alberto era muy ordenado, muy tranquilo, nada protestón. Andar en bicicleta era su mayor vicio, e ir a pescar. No es porque sea mi hijo, es que era un niño fuera de lo normal. No te puedo explicar. Yo cuando se marchó interno con 10 años casi me muero. Tengo su primer carta, ¿eh? Nos escribíamos y a los 8 días me decía, mira mamá, yo creo que este curso es muy fácil. Su padre, muy honesto, muy honrado. De padre la honestidad, la paciencia y el no contestar hasta que se cansaba mucho de que le tomaran el pelo. Y de mí, el físico, porque yo soy un poco rabuda. Bueno, algo le enseñaría también, ¿eh? Pero bueno, entre los dos hicimos estos dos hijos de valores. Pero es un niño con muchísima sensatez, que no mentiría jamás, que no robaría jamás, que no haría una cosa mal hecha. Eso pongo yo la mano en el fuego. Yo creo que no le merecía la pena, pero lo lleva dentro. También otro disgusto grande para mí cuando se fue de Santiago para Madrid, pero es su vida, prefería que no estuviera en la política. Pues yo tengo que apoyarlo, y nada más. A veces sí, cuando veo que le están diciendo una mentira que no hizo, eso me duele. Yo quiero que gane para el bien de España, no por su bien, sino para el bien de España. Sigue con esto, te lo mereces, y si Dios quiere que ganes, España te lo va a reconocer y todos los españoles también. Adelante, voy a estar siempre a tu lado. Haz las cosas bien, sé serio y piensa siempre en los demás. Eso es lo único que te pido.
Bien, pues ahora sí, una vez recopiladas las actas del escrutinio y habiéndose verificado su validez, la presidencia de esta mesa, procedemos, en nombre de todos los integrantes, a dar lectura del escrutinio global. El censo electoral es de 3.200 compromisarios, 3.212. Votos emitidos, 2.799. Votos a candidatura de Alberto Núñez Feijóo, 2.760. Votos en blanco, 21. Votos nulos, 18. Por tanto, es proclamado presidente nacional del Partido Popular Alberto Núñez Feijóo con el 99,24% de los votos. ¡Felicidades! compañeras de este Congreso, quiero felicitarte de corazón por tu reelección como presidente nacional del Partido Popular. El resultado que acabamos de escuchar no es tan solo una cifra, es un respaldo abrumador, una muestra clara de confianza, de respeto, de ilusión en torno a tu liderazgo. Hoy no tan solo se renueva una presidencia, hoy se renueva la esperanza de millones de españoles que creen en este proyecto, en esta forma de hacer política seria, sensata y con alma. Todos los militantes del Partido Popular nos sentimos orgullosos de que estés al frente, porque contigo el Partido Popular no solo tiene rumbo, tiene propósito. Enhorabuena, presidente, seguimos contigo más fuertes, más unidos y más decididos que nunca. Se levanta la sesión hasta mañana a las 11:30.
These are the 7 most powerful men in China. They represent the top leadership positions of the ruling party, and their identities are revealed every 5 years at a carefully choreographed political event called the National Congress.
China's Communist Party unveils its new leadership over the next 5 years.
The order of appearance is symbolic. The first person to emerge is the head of the party for the next 5 years. At the most recent event in October 2022, that person was Xi Jinping, China's president for the last 10 years, who walked out in the top spot a historic 3rd time after getting rid of China's presidential term limit that restricted all his predecessors to 2 terms, a signal that he may be planning to stay in power for life. The world hasn't seen a Chinese leader like this since Mao Zedong, the revolutionary founder of the People's Republic of China, whose ruthless dictatorship scarred the Chinese people for generations. Xi has been compared to Mao a lot, and he clearly draws from Mao's playbook. But there's something else that connects these two. When Xi was just a young boy, Mao ruined his life. Generations apart, their paths crossed unexpectedly, and a teenage Xi from an elite family in Beijing ended up in exile, condemned to hard labor in the countryside. 50 years later, Xi is one of the most powerful political figures in the world and the only leader since Mao to have unchecked power over China. So, how did he go from being banished in his country to taking complete control of it? Xi Jinping's connection to Mao formed long before Xi was even born. It goes back to when a bloody civil war was raging in China. A group of radical communist revolutionaries, including Mao, gained influence over large swaths of mainland China and controlled a communist military called the Red Army that fought the Nationalist Party ruling the Republic of China at the time. At this point, the communists were losing bad. The bulk of their army was pinned down here, in a communist-controlled region originally established by Mao, now surrounded by nationalist forces. And they were running low on food. So the Red Army decided to launch a bold attack to break through the nationalist forces and evacuate the roughly 130,000 communist soldiers and civilians stuck here. On October 16, 1934, they made their move and attacked a weaker part of the enemy line. They broke through, and even though their numbers quickly dropped, with thousands dying and thousands more fleeing to the countryside, around 86,000 stuck together and pushed on. This was the beginning of a year-long historic retreat called the Long March, the journey to establish a new communist base far from the nationalist forces. Mao, who used to be a military leader, wasn't in charge at this time. He'd insisted on using guerrilla tactics, which had heavily influenced the Red Army earlier in the war, but that approach had fallen out of favor and he was demoted. The Long March changed that. After escaping the siege here, the Red Army continued to suffer relentless attacks by the pursuing Nationalist Army. The military leaders of the march had pushed for a more traditional wartime strategy of direct confrontation rather than Mao's guerrilla tactics. And the result was catastrophic for the Red Army. Less than half of the original escape group survived the first 3 months alone. So it was at this first stopping point where Communist Party leader Zhou Enlai handed military leadership back to Mao. And Mao picked an endpoint for the march, here, 800 miles away in rural northern China. But they didn't go straight for it. Mao led the Red Army deep into the mountains, where he predicted lighter resistance. And he was right. But the journey was still brutal. It was 9 more months of non-stop marching and fighting along this several thousand-mile route, before they ultimately arrived in northern China, where a guerrilla base led by a communist revolutionary named Shi Zhongshun offered Mao's army refuge, bringing the Long March to an end. That man was Xi Jinping's father. In the end, fewer than 8,000 of the original marchers survived. Even though thousands died on the Long March from starvation, fighting, and disease, Mao's leadership was credited with saving the Red Army from total annihilation, and he became the de facto head of the party as well as the military, entrusted with rebuilding the army to take on the nationalist forces for total control of China.
Wherever and however the Red troops move into battle, they spread the glory of Mao Zedong.
This is a good stopping point in the story to talk about how power in the Chinese Communist Party, or CCP, works. A Officially, the highest level of authority is a group called the Central Committee, and is responsible for all of the party's major policy decisions. Within the Central Committee is a select group of officials called the Political Bureau, or Politburo. In most communist parties, like that of the former Soviet Union, the Politburo represents the most powerful members of the party besides the General Secretary. But the Chinese Communist Party has a key distinction that makes it unique. It has one more, even smaller selection of top officials who ultimately have the final say, an elite class of Politburo members called the Politburo Standing Committee. This group, which includes the General Secretary, holds supreme control over the Central Committee, dictates the will of the party, and is in full control of the Central Military Commission, which oversees China's defense. Mao's promotion during the Long March landed him here, in the highest position of the military and the Politburo Standing Committee. Even though he was considered the de facto head of the party when the Long March ended in 1935, he officially became head of the party in 1943. With both the party and the military under his control, Mao began to exploit the system to ensure he remained at the top for the rest of his life. At Mao's first National Congress as the official party leader in 1945, the party introduced a resolution that brought his influence to a whole new level. It unified the party around a single understanding of its history and declared Mao's political ideology, later called Mao Zedong thought, or Maoism, as the unquestioned guiding principle of the Chinese Communist Party. Basically, Mao's ideas or policy decisions could no longer be challenged by anyone. It was here he unveiled his equivalent at the time of the Politburo Standing Committee, the four other top party leaders, all long marchers deeply loyal to Mao, like Liu Shaoqi and Zhou Enlai, who would go on to hold some of the most powerful positions in the future government. 4 years later, Mao declared final victory for the communists in a decades-long Chinese Civil War and established a new country, the People's Republic of China, or PRC.
Mao Zedong, once a lowly party worker, now assumed the stature of the dominant figure in all of Eastern Asia.
But winning a revolution isn't the same as running a country.
Because now that you're running a country, there's all these other things you have to do, like deliver the mail and like build a dam and stuff like that. You can't possibly have the party do all these things.
So the party set up a government that would take the policy decisions made by the Politburo Standing Committee and figure out a way to make them a reality.
And so it evolved to a system where the party would make all the important decisions, and especially the Politburo Standing Committee. Then, as it is today, many of these decisions would go to the State Council. So the State Council is the highest decision-making body on the state side, led by the Premier of China.
The Premier of China, by the way, is almost always a member of the Politburo Standing Committee. One way Mao kept a tight grip on power over the years was by promoting those loyal to him to top positions in the party and government, whether they had government experience or not. For example, Zhou Enlai, the former party leader who helped Mao rise to power during the Long March, became China's first premier.
The advantage of that is that they could never challenge him. The disadvantage of that is they didn't know what they were doing, and so administration suffered, policy outcomes suffered.
Long March survivors often became party elites under Mao. Xi Jinping's father, for example, was appointed Secretary General of the State Council. And as the son of a Long Marcher, young Xi was given the informal title of Princeling. Mao succeeded in never giving up his power during his lifetime. His unchecked policies resulted in massive famines and widespread persecution that cost between 40 and 80 million lives over a span of decades, and culminated in the disastrous Cultural Revolution, a violent final attempt from Mao to consolidate his power and force loyalty to the practice of Maoism. The idea was to make himself and his ideas eternal, the way he viewed communist figureheads like Lenin and Marx before him. Anyone that didn't fall in line with Mao's ideology was publicly humiliated, impoverished, excluded from society, and in many cases, executed, either at the hands of the army or by a militant youth group obsessed with enforcing Maoism, the Red Guards. Even those closest to the dictator weren't safe from his purges during the Cultural Revolution. High-level officials, including members of the Politburo Standing Committee and Long Marchers, were removed from their positions. Liu Shaoqi was denounced as a traitor and died while imprisoned under harsh conditions. Mao also removed the chief of staff of the army and replaced him with a Maoist, leaving no one left to oppose him in the military. Mao's handpicked successor, who always appeared loyally by his side in photos and propaganda posters, died under mysterious circumstances when his plane crashed as he was fleeing to the Soviet Union. Mao later denounced him as a traitor. He denounced Xi's father, too. This is a photo of Xi Sr. being restrained and publicly criticized by the Red Guards at the height of the Cultural Revolution. He would remain a prisoner in Beijing for 8 years following this. With his father purged, Xi Jinping, 15 at the time, was expelled from his elite school in Beijing and sent to work in the countryside.
He had to live in a cave and, do hard manual labor. His food was barely enough for, a growing young person. And Chairman Mao was responsible for all of it.
But then, Mao died. The Cultural Revolution ended. His successor was Deng Xiaoping, one of the Politburo Standing Committee members who was removed from power during the Cultural Revolution, who, just before Mao died, started making a promise to fellow exiled party veterans.
Deng Xiaoping signaled credibly to all the surviving Long Marchers that he wanted to rehabilitate people. So when Mao died, they all supported the rehabilitation of Deng. And as soon as Deng was rehabilitated, he went ahead and rehabilitated all these people.
With experienced leadership back in place, the party needed to figure out how to prevent something like this from ever happening again. In order to undo Mao's cult of personality, the party introduced a second historical resolution in 1981. It condemned periods of Mao's rule and emphasized a renewed commitment to collective leadership, vowing to oppose the consolidation of power around one person moving forward.
The successors to Mao didn't want a dictatorship, so they divided up these positions and put them in the hands of different people.
Like Mao, Deng kept tight control over the Central Military Commission as its chairman, and held a leadership position in the government, but was never head of state. He never held the highest position in the party either. Instead, he set up a new advisory commission and served as its chairman, which allowed him to influence the party's direction without positioning himself directly on top of it. This allowed a power-sharing structure while still making Deng the de facto leader of China until he stepped down in 1989, following the army's massacre of students protesting in Tiananmen Square.
A protester suddenly ran into the middle of the street and in front of the oncoming tanks.
Anger at Deng Xiaoping, the entire Chinese government, it had the real feeling of rebellion in the streets of Beijing.
People want to fight the military out of their city.
Deng and his ideology, which moved away from Maoism, set a precedent of sharing power. He opened up China and established economic ties with these countries, and was the first PRC leader to visit the U.S. in 1979.
Today we take another step in the historic normalization of relations which we have begun this year.
Deng's reforms became the foundation for decades of economic prosperity that led China to having the world's second largest economy over time and being on the verge of becoming the world's next superpower.
Communism is creating a consumer society.
It also reminds you that the standard of living in China is going up. Here, capitalism rules.
One thing power sharing did lead to was a lot of policy innovation and then some degree of decentralization, and both of these things helped China's economy enormously.
Which is why this period of economic growth and reform, stretching over roughly 30 years, is known as the Deng era. And whether he wanted to or not, Deng kept his word and never tried to consolidate absolute power around himself.
He did end up sharing power, and that set the stage for power sharing in the party until the rise of Xi Jinping.
So what was Xi doing all this time? When Mao died in 1976, Xi was back in Beijing, studying communist philosophy. Even though the Chinese Communist Party had ruined Xi's family, he had joined it, just as the Cultural Revolution was winding down. But why?
Personally, he might begrudge Chairman Mao for doing all these terrible things to his family, but I think at this time he also recognized that in the system of the Chinese Communist Party, power is everything. Without power, you're nothing.
But in order to get that power, Xi did something unexpected. He left Beijing.
As his competitors were fiercely competing with each other in the 1980s and 1990s, he sort of got out of their way and went to the provinces.
He took positions in party leadership in rural, poor provinces all around China, where there were no other princelings to compete with. First in Hebei, a poor rural province outside of Beijing, where he easily reached the top spot as party secretary. Then in Fujian, a heavily militarized region where top members of the army were stationed. He moved up the ranks to party secretary here too, before becoming the governor of the province a few years later. After making powerful friends in the military, Xi went here, where he once again assumed the office of party secretary and grew his support on the civilian side. This strategy of moving around didn't just give Xi a leg up in areas where competition was slim, it also gave him credibility as a humble, hard-working party leader, and he cultivated a growing group of supporters who would come back into play years down the line. It was his last stop, and his shortest one, that ultimately got him back to Beijing. A brief stint in the top party spot in Shanghai in 2007, where he rehabilitated the city's image following a high-level corruption scandal. Xi developed a reputation here as a prudent leader who towed the party line. Just 7 months later, he finally returned to Beijing, having been promoted to the all-powerful Politburo Standing Committee.
Basically, the people who were deciding on top leadership at the time, they wanted a princeling, but they didn't want a princeling who was too ambitious or too strong. So Xi Jinping, he was seen as less ambitious because he was willing to go to the countryside and work in lower level positions.
When Xi emerged at the 2007 National Congress and leadership unveiling, he was one of the 9 most powerful men in the country. It was at this moment that his strategic climb, over 17 long years in the countryside, paid off, big time. When the General Secretary stepped down in 2012, Xi emerged at the top spot in the party as China's leader. Now, the elite son of a former revolutionary, turned exiled peasant, turned party darling, was poised to seize control of everything. Like Mao, Xi Jinping believes that rallying around a single figure is crucial to the party's survival, rather than the collective leadership Deng's reforms had normalized. So, pretty much as soon as Xi Jinping came to power, he started getting rid of people.
The news, 4 top officials removed for taking bribes, was announced on state TV.
Xi Jinping has just sacked his foreign minister, just sacked his defense minister, he sacked a whole lot of other people at the top of the military establishment.
The former security czar has not been seen in public for more than a year. The investigation against Xi allows the Chinese president to remove those opposed to his reforms.
He launched a major anti-corruption campaign as soon as he took power in late 2012, early 13, which led to the arrest of hundreds of senior-level officials, as well as military officers.
These purges targeted Xi's rivals in the party, whose vacant positions he filled with his own supporters.
After this massive purge, Xi Jinping was in very tight control over both the party and also the Chinese military, thereby making him the most powerful leader of the Chinese Communist Party since the death of Mao.
That pattern continued in the second term, where he unveiled 5 new faces of the Politburo Standing Committee, 3 of them with close personal ties to Xi. In 2021, Xi pulled off one of his most dramatic acts yet, to enforce his influence over the Chinese Communist Party. He introduced a 3rd historic resolution that unified the party's ideology around one clear line of thinking: Xi Jinping thought. Xi's personal political ideology would now be the core in the party's thinking, political stance, and action. Basically, Xi Jinping's ideas could no longer be challenged, and they weren't for many years. During Xi's first 10 years in power, the size of China's economy more than doubled. So did average individual income. So did military spending. Under his leadership, China's presence on the world stage has grown too, positioning the rising superpower to take on the role of an aggressor externally, reasserting claims over parts of the South China Sea, intimidating Taiwan and Tibet, and stripping democratic process in Hong Kong. Inside its own borders, strict internet censorship and surveillance are widespread. and oppression of Uyghurs, a mostly minority Muslim ethnic group, is marked by human rights abuses. But it wasn't until COVID that Xi saw the first real challenge to his authority.
Anger in China is growing.
Video showing protesters in Xinjiang fed up with China's zero-COVID rules.
The boldest public challenge yet for leader Xi Jinping.
With these protests all around the country and the party's reputation in peril, Xi reversed the failed policy, but is now faced with a shaky economy and cracks in his unchecked authority. It was just weeks before the widespread protests at the 20th National Congress in 2022 that Xi walked out in the leading position a third time. He'd already locked in the presidency for another 5 years, and unveiled a Politburo Standing Committee completely packed with those loyal to him, after removing the final senior members of the party that had ties to his predecessor. Now, there is no one left in party or military leadership whose ideology differs from Xi.
I don't think anyone can push him out at this point. I think he will be the most powerful leader in China as long as he's alive and conscious.
Thanks so much for watching this episode of Atlas. So many teammates worked on this piece. A small army of editors, animators, and researchers helped bring this complicated story into focus. I'd especially like to shout out Raja, one of the key researchers on this piece, who conducted an incredible interview with our expert, Victor Xi. It takes a lot of resources to make these videos, but we publish our work free to watch here because we think journalism should be accessible to everyone. If you believe in keeping journalism free and want to support our continuing work, go to vox.com/give now to make a contribution. Thanks again.
Geographically speaking, South Korea should be poor. Fractionally larger than the state of Indiana, South Korea isn't big, and unlike Indiana, it's not agriculturally productive. The nation is rugged and steep to the extent that only 22% of its land is actually arable. Worse still, this rocky disposition doesn't make up for its agricultural shortcomings through any sort of mineral wealth. South Korea has coal, but not much, as it ranks 49th globally in proven reserves, far behind even its dirt-poor neighbor to the north. And perhaps most problematic is the fact that the country is 81st in the world in natural gas reserves and is tied dead last in oil, with none at all. And all of these are only the domestic challenges. Zoom out from the Rocky Peninsula, and the region's a who's who of past and present powerhouses. Squeezed through history by empires around it and limited natural resources, South Korea should be poor. But it's not. It's rich. By nominal GDP, South Korea has the 10th largest economy in the world, a fact that has much to do with a single company. Before there was a Republic of Korea, and before there was a war to define the economic doctrine of Korea, there was a grocery trading shop in the southern city of Daegu that dealt in fish and noodles and went by the name of Samsung. While the shop's owner, Lee Byung-chul, couldn't have known it in 1938, his business would soon serve as the backbone of one of the most dramatic economic transformations of the 20th century, what economists would come to call the Miracle on the Han River. Now, miracle is a bit of a misnomer. Ultimately, what took South Korean GDP from here to here on a 100-fold growth over 40 years was extraordinary, but also explainable. It was a function of successful long-term planning combining forces with savvy opportunists. It was also, in part, a function of the fact that in 1950, South Korea nearly ceased to exist at all. By August of that year, South Korean forces had little land left to defend after the communist North had taken all but this corner of the peninsula. From a southern perspective, it was the bleakest point in the war. But war, and South Korea's reversal of fortunes in the years that followed, created opportunity. In the midst of the Korean War's wreckage, Lee pivoted. In 1953, with leftover Japanese colonial assets selling for cents on the dollar, and much of South Korea's already meager industrial infrastructure in ruin, Lee launched Choi Jidang, a sugar refinery, then, in the year following, Choi Majik, a wool mill, both under what could now be considered the Samsung Group. For Lee, it was a logical progression, as South Koreans desperately needed everyday products and food, while South Korea's first president, Syngman Rhee, had begun funneling international aid to allied industrialists in hopes of reducing reliance on imports. Rhee's government funded the construction of facilities and the importation of raw sugar for Yi's new projects, and soon, with few to compete with in a war-torn nation, and after a few timely expansions, the Samsung Group became the nation's 4th largest borrower. With cozy political connections and a stronghold over critical industry, the Samsung Group took off. In the years that followed, it acquired Ankook Fire and Marine Insurance and Shohung Bank, while also becoming a major shareholder in 4 other banks. Less than a decade after acquiring that first sugar refinery, Samsung was the peninsula's most powerful conglomerate, and Yi's net worth was estimated to represent 19% of all South Korean wealth. The company had burst into a massive success. The problem was, while South Korea had distributed Western recovery funds and done away with feudal land practices, South Koreans were still poor, and the country was still overwhelmingly agricultural and underdeveloped, issues that came to a head when the military overthrew Rhee's government in 1961. South Korea's economic rise began under a new leader, Park Chung-hee. With a laser-like focus on expanding industrial exports and maximizing South Korea's human capital, GDP growth shot skyward, only dipping under 9% annually on 3 occasions from 1963 to 1978. Driving this growth more than anything were the conglomerates. While Park had publicly stated plans of crushing Korean monopolies that rose through shady dealings in the post-war period during his rise to power, his presidency took a different approach. Rather than breaking the conglomerates up, he assigned them the exportation era's most critical task, getting Korean-made goods to the wider world. With the government providing cheap steel, a plethora of subsidies, lenient loans, and tax breaks to major manufacturers, the likes of Samsung, LG, Hyundai, and SK Group did just that, expanding vertically and horizontally. These family-controlled, government-aided corporate groups came to be known as chaebols, a term that entered common Korean parlance during the 60s and 70s as the institutions grew. In the 70s and 80s, chaebols dominated, pulling the South Korean economy up as they pushed their products out to the world. Samsung launched TVs, then semiconductors, then mobile phones for export. Hyundai sold cars on the international market, and LG opened up a factory in Huntsville, Alabama. Though South Korean citizens came to argue over the role of chaebols in politics and society, what wasn't up for debate was the remarkably positive impacts they had on everyday standards of life. Life expectancy doubled from 1950 to 1990, while infant mortality cratered to less than 1/10 of what it was at the war's end. All the while, chaebols showed no sign of slowing. Through the turn of the century, South Korea's GDP continued to grow, and even with the death of Lee Bong-choi in 1987, Samsung continued to expand globally and dominate domestically under the guidance of his son, Lee Kung-hee. Today, just 7 decades on from the company's prescient pivot, South Korea is Samsung, and Samsung is South Korea. For the average resident, it's a relationship with a corporation as deep as that with the government itself, perhaps best demonstrated through a single eye-popping statistic. Year after year, just about 20% of the entire nation's GDP is made up of Samsung Group revenue. The only single entity that can rival that is the South Korean government, whose spending typically makes up 20 to 25% of GDP. This staggering degree of economic concentration makes even the most extreme examples in the rest of the world appear routine. Japan's biggest company, Toyota, accounts for about 5% of GDP, while the US's, Walmart, sits at just 2.5%. An entire fifth of an economy being attributed to a single company, especially a single company controlled by a single family in a major advanced diversified economy, is absolutely unparalleled, even at a global scale. Undoubtedly, this exceptional centrality permeates into everyday life. Young people, and especially their parents, tend to fixate on the singular path towards becoming the so-called Samsung man. It's considered the pinnacle of success to have passed all the academic and social hurdles necessary to be deemed worthy to work at the country's largest company, and therefore this idealistic vision is encapsulated across South Korean society. Characters in pursuit of a position at the company even borders on cliché as a plot point in the country's film and television. Just as American youth might fixate on moving to LA to make it into Hollywood or living in New York to break into big business, Korean kids prepare their entire childhood to apply for the opportunity to pack into testing centers along with 100,000 others to take the biannual Samsung aptitude test, hoping to score high enough to get recruiters' attention. Hundreds of thousands won't even be allowed to take the test, then all but a few thousand won't advance past it, leaving legions of disappointed youth who move on to the next layer in the social hierarchy of careers, working for the smaller, lesser chaebols like Hyundai or LG. For those that don't succeed there, they move on to the country's small and medium-sized employers. A fact they will try to hide from extended family and friends due to its characterization as failure. This centrality of focus can perhaps be attributed partially to the extent that Samsung has permeated into South Korean life. When you buy a smartphone in South Korea, you buy it from Samsung. When you need life insurance in South Korea, you purchase a policy with Samsung. When you take the ferry in South Korea, you step onto a ship built by Samsung. When you go to the theme park in South Korea, you once again pay your money to Samsung. This convoluted, seemingly scattershot structure of the conglomerate is reflective of the way that Samsung has followed and captured opportunity wherever it exists through history, and has actually been a critical factor in the Lee family's continued grip on power. Today, there are 59 major Samsung affiliate companies, although, like many aspects of Samsung's ownership structure, this is a soft, subjective definition, as so much of the way in which control is held across the empire is soft and subjective. But let's say there were just two affiliates, one of which wholly owned by the Lee family, one of which wholly owned by outside investors, both worth $50 million respectively. Now, most major business decisions are settled with a simple majority, meaning to approve a budget for the next year, for example, just 50% worth of shareholders plus one needs to vote affirmatively. So that's to say, 49.9% of the E family ownership in the first affiliate is effectively worthless from a control perspective, at least for most decisions. So what they could do is sell that 49.9%, buy 49.9% of the other affiliate, then use a tiny bit of extra cash to get up to 50% plus one ownership of both affiliates. It's essentially the same amount of money invested, but two companies under E family control instead of one. But now using their control of both of these companies, they could instruct each to use annual operating profit to buy up 50% plus one ownership in a third affiliate, rather than paying it back to themselves and the other owners, which would be subject to income tax. And while they wouldn't directly own the third affiliate, they would control it because they control the first two affiliates, which control the third. And even then, while 50% plus one ownership is technically needed for control, in practice it's often overkill, as it only becomes relevant in a case of complete dissent by every other shareholder, which is rare, especially when one has generated the degree of cult of personality that the E family has. So the E family might only need 30 or 40% direct or indirect control of a given affiliate if another 10 or 20% is owned by trustworthy, allied, outside investors. Through the decades, these and other systems have compounded to create this: a scattered, convoluted web of ownership that can confuse even the savviest financial analysts, but ultimately results in what matters to the Lee family most: complete control of the entire empire. But these structures are tenuous, especially when someone dies. South Korea has one of the highest inheritance taxes in the world, 50%. That means that 50% of the value of assets goes to the government when they're passed from one generation to the next. Therefore, if Lee Kung-hee, for example, passed $5 billion in shares to his son, Lee Jae-young, the heir would have to find some $2.5 billion to pay the government, which he likely could only do by selling $2.5 billion worth of shares, therefore losing the voting power that they bestow. This hypothetical started to feel far more concrete in May of 2014 due to this: the heart attack of Lee Kung-hee. The chairman survived, but only barely. As he sat comatose in a hospital bed at the Samsung Medical Center for days, weeks, months, and eventually years, his children were thrown into a power struggle as they used the time to craft a plan that would keep Samsung in family control after paying inheritance taxes upon their father's inevitable and seemingly impending death. This was difficult. The numbers were tough, and so it required some creativity. Perhaps too much. Two of the most critical links in the E family ownership web were Samsung Construction and Trading, or CNT, and Choi Industries, each of which, as two of the oldest Samsung affiliates, acted primarily as de facto holding companies of sorts. But E family control of CNT, and therefore electronics, engineering, chemicals, and the other affiliates partially owned by CNT, was fading as outside, increasingly hostile investors continued to buy in. If Lee Kung-hee never awoke from his coma, the 50% inheritance tax would be a death blow, and the house of cards would crumble. Therefore, a plan. They'd merge CNT and Choi. While quantifying their control of each is difficult due to the extent of their soft, informal control, what's important to note is that Yi control of Choi was much stronger than that of CNT, so what would make the restructuring productive for them would be if it overvalued Choi and undervalued CNT, so that post-merger, they'd effectively end up with more relative control over the new combined de facto holding company, and therefore more control over the entire empire without having spent a cent. So they proposed exactly that. An objectively bad deal. One CNT share would convert to 0.35 Choi shares. CNT shareholders, and specifically its largest, American hedge fund Elliott, started campaigning against the merger, arguing that Choi was objectively worth about $3.42 billion, but a merger ratio of 0.35 inflated its value to $4.08 billion, effectively gifting hundreds of millions of dollars in value to the E's straight from the pockets of CNT shareholders. It was an unbelievably good deal for the family, but they couldn't do it alone. Unlike most business decisions, which the E family could directly control through their de facto simple majority, mergers and acquisitions require supermajority approval of 2/3 of shareholders. They could get most of the way there themselves, but to push it over the edge, they needed to convince CNT shareholders to vote against their own interests. But there was one whale. The single largest outside shareholder, with 11.6% of ownership, was the South Korean National Pension Service, which was run by the Ministry of Health and Welfare, which was run by the South Korean government, which at the time was run by President Park Geun-hye. That's to say, if they could get to President Park, she might be able to get to the pension service. Conveniently, they had a back door. Longtime Park confidant and daughter of an influential cult leader, Choi Soon-si. It was an open secret among South Korea's power brokers that Choi, despite holding no official position in Park's government, exerted deep influence over the president's decision-making, even to the extent of picking out outfits, editing speeches, and making specific policy propositions. On the surface, Choi worked as the owner of an Italian restaurant in Seoul's ritzy Gangnam neighborhood, but politicians and business people were often seen walking up to the 3rd floor to her office, where she solicited donations for 2 nonprofits she had set up. The Mir and K Sports Foundations, supposedly dealing with cultural exchanges and sports-related projects, but in practice acting as the top of the funnel in a complex, globe-spanning money laundering scheme. Samsung, at the direction of Lee Jae-young, donated a combined $36 million to Choi's foundations, and while still little is known about the specific inner workings, soon after, the state pension fund voted in favor of CNT and Choi's merger, the measure passed, the 2 companies combined, and the E family shored up control of the Samsung empire into the next generation. Of course, we now know about this. We know how Park influenced the pension fund, we know how Choi influenced Park, and we know how Lee Jae-young influenced Choi. Clearly, the secret was spilled, a massive scandal erupted, Park was impeached and jailed, Lee Jae-young was indicted and jailed, but today, everything's pretty much back to normal. Park was pardoned and freed in 2021, then 1 year later, so too was Lee Jae-young, and as of October 27th, 2022, following the death of his father in 2020 after years in that hospital bed, Lee Jae-young was appointed chairman of the Samsung Group. Social order was returned. The E family power was maintained. This is a familiar refrain. In fact, Lee Jae-young's legal troubles are practically a mirror image of his father's from a decade before. Lee Kung-hee was sentenced to 3 years in jail in 2008 for, among other things, bribery, but only 1 year later was pardoned by the president so that he could remain on the International Olympic Committee and shepherd South Korea's bid for the 2018 Games through. Well, that was the publicly stated reason. Lee Kung-hee was later revealed to have used bribery to convince the president to pardon him for his bribery charges. Similar justifications were used in summer 2022 with the pardon of Lee Jae-young. Samsung, South Korean business groups, and even the US Chamber of Commerce had been lobbying for years for a pardon, and while on parole, Lee still acted as de facto leader of Samsung, even meeting with President Biden in May 2022. So 2 months on, President Yoon Suk-yeol justified Lee's pardon in a straightforward manner, saying that as the only realistic family heir to the Samsung chairmanship, his leadership was necessary to guide the country's largest company as both recovered from the COVID-19 pandemic. This justification isn't that far-fetched. While undoubtedly unfair, considering the sheer degree of economic influence Samsung has on South Korea, it might be pragmatic. The ends might genuinely justify the means. but it does perpetuate the cycle that seemingly cannot be broken. South Korea, and especially South Korean politicians, cannot survive without Samsung. But to an extent, Samsung can survive without South Korea. It can always restructure, relocate, and refocus away from the nation in the long term. This power structure of enterprise above nation is inherent to a situation where such a large company exists in such a small country, but it's hard to believe it's tenable. Corporations can't run countries, and public dissent towards Samsung is growing in younger generations, lacking the sympathy born from viewing the company's integral role in the nation's ascent, are increasingly fighting back against the cronyism and corruption. It's tough to know which house of cards will crumble first. Will it be the convoluted ownership structure that keeps the E family in control, or will it be the tenuous power balance between Samsung and South Korea, knocked down by the very people that make up the entirety of both venerable institutions? For those of you that have demonstrated that you like this type of video by staying till the end, I have some suggestions on what to watch next that I'm sure you'll like. First, I'd start with Polymatter's excellent series, China Actually, which demystifies how one of the world's most consequential countries really works by answering questions like why China won't abandon its zero COVID policies and how the nation manages to survive without essentially any major international allies. Then I'd watch the episode of Real Life Lore series Modern Conflicts on the Korean conflict in the 21st century. It provides amazing insight into what's kept the tenuous peace and how that could crumble and threaten major multinationals like Samsung. Both of these series, and far, far more, are exclusive to Nebula, which is no surprise considering Polymatter, Real Life Lore, myself, and loads of other creators teamed up, founded Nebula, and designed it from the ground floor to be the best home to the stuff we make. Over 50,000 Wendover viewers have believed that enough to sign up so far, but to explain to those of you who haven't, the idea behind Nebula was to remove many of the perverse incentives that compromises video quality on ad-supported platforms like YouTube. By putting it behind a paywall, we're incentivized as creators to make the absolute best videos that will keep you all subscribed, rather than incentivized to just make the videos that will make you click and zone out. We use these subscription fees to pay to run the service, to provide ongoing revenue to Nebula creators, and to fund our big budget Nebula originals, which allows creators to pursue their big ambitious passion projects, which has led to some really good stuff, including all of these made by the Wendover team. Of course, even while being a good deal for the creators, we also want it to be a good deal for you all, our audience, and it really is thanks to our partnership with CuriosityStream. You see, they're an entirely different streaming service with a huge catalog of non-fiction shows and documentaries like David Attenborough's Light on the Earth about the amazing world of bioluminescent animals. They're running a deal whereby subscribing to any of their memberships at curiositystream.com/Wendover, they'll give you a Nebula subscription for free for as long as you stay subscribed. They've even discounted their annual plan to under $15 a year, which means you get 2 streaming sites, both of which have great stuff that you'll actually watch, for less than you probably pay for a month of one of the big streamers. And even while doing that, you'll be helping support hundreds of independent creators that you probably already watch. So click the button on screen or head over to curiositystream.com/Wendover to sign up, and thanks in advance for your support. This video was made possible by CuriosityStream. Watch an exclusive companion video to this by signing up for the Nebula Bundle deal at curiositystream.com/Wendover. On August 15th, 2021, Taliban fighters encircled Kabul. Over the hours, days, and weeks prior, they had swept across the nation, toppling provincial capital after provincial capital. Now, their grand prize, their return to rule after 20 years of war with the West, was within sight. As police put on street clothes, retailers raised the price of burqas, and workers painted over pictures of women, Hamid Karzai International Airport maintained an eerie impression of normalcy. It was certainly busy, with civilians fleeing on commercial flights, governments evacuating their diplomatic staff, and airlines relocating their aircraft to more stable nations. But the way Kabul's airport operated that morning was broadly the way it operated any morning. At 10:42 a.m., a Pakistan International Airlines 777-200 landed from Islamabad. At 11:26, a Qatar Airways 777-300ER touched down on a charter flight from Doha. Shortly after, at 11:49, a Cam Air A340 left on its daily run to Delhi. In spite of the foreboding feeling in the air, the airport fulfilled its regular role for the bustling Middle Eastern metropolis. But then came the news. Shortly after noon, the Taliban's spokesperson, Zabihullah Mujahid, issued a statement. Their forces had encircled Kabul, and they intended to enter. Still, the planes kept coming, having allocated each one of their seats to those lucky enough to find an available ticket. As an Air India A320 approached, however, ATC stopped responding. With panic setting in on the ground, controllers had abandoned their posts, so in the air, the A320 entered a holding pattern until its pilots determined a course of action. 12,000 feet above, an Emirates 777 did the same until it diverted back to Dubai, but 1 hour later, finally, the Air India aircraft successfully landed. In the hours that followed, without any ATC clearance, the Pakistan International Airlines 777, Qatar Airways 777, Air India A320, and a Pakistan International Airlines A320 each departed for their destinations, but the most significant departure was not one of the afternoon's planes, but a passenger aboard it. At 4:56 p.m., Tolo News, one of Afghanistan's largest broadcasters, reported that President Ashraf Ghani had fled the country. The Islamic Republic of Afghanistan was no longer. The Taliban were in control. Soon after, its forces entered Kabul. At 7:38 p.m., a CAM Air 737 left on the Afghan Airlines regular evening run to Islamabad, representing Kabul's last regularly scheduled commercial flight for days, weeks, or maybe more. Meanwhile, the Taliban took control of the ARC, Afghanistan's presidential palace, and the first photos emerged displaying the finality of the situation. Reactions around Kabul were mixed. Some celebrated. The jihadist group does have some public support, so Kabul streets were roamed by men enjoying what was, in their minds, a victorious night. Others, including nearly all women, hid in their homes, worried for potential violence and for the future of their country. Then there were those who feared for their lives. Journalists, activists, former government officials, along with interpreters, security guards, and others who had worked with American, NATO, and NATO allied forces. The desperation was undoubtedly profound because as soon as Kabul's fall was no longer in question, scores of people worked their way through the streets towards the same destination, Kabul Airport. The Taliban already controlled every one of Afghanistan's land border crossings, so the airport was truly the singular way out for those who needed to leave. Surrounded by dense urban sprawl and located mere miles from the city center, Hamid Karzai International Airport is a nightmare from a perimeter security perspective. It was hardly difficult for those who flocked there to scale its walls, and across the evening of August 15th, thousands made it onto the airfield, desperate to find any flight with any seat going anywhere but Afghanistan. In the days leading up to the fall of Kabul, the US had ramped up its evacuation efforts, largely in the mission of evacuating its diplomatic staff before the situation deteriorated further. Therefore, it had already deployed thousands of troops and effectively relocated its embassy and the key staff that ran it to the airport. Amidst the chaos, a single C-17 was scheduled to depart, filled with hundreds of individuals adorned with a wristband indicating that they had been authorized to travel on an American evacuation flight due to their status as an individual believed to be in acute danger under Taliban rule. The manifest for this flight, Reach 871, soon became moot as hundreds who were not assigned to the particular flight but were cleared to fly rushed the cargo bay. The aircraft became packed far beyond its operating limit, but faced with the alternative of spending hours reloading the aircraft properly as the airfield's condition decayed further, Reach 871's commander chose to break protocol and take off at 1:27 a.m. on August 16th. 823 passengers were packed onto the aircraft's floor, easily breaking the record for the most people carried by a C-17. As the sun rose on the first day of the second era of Taliban rule in Afghanistan, a brief lull from chaos, along with the official announcement that the US military had taken over air traffic control at the airport, allowed a Turkish Airlines 777, a civilian aircraft that just the day prior had flown a regular flight from San Francisco to Istanbul, to land in order to pick up Turkish citizens still left in the country. It parked on the military side of the airport, north of the runway, around which military forces had established a security perimeter. Over the following hours, as the aircraft loaded, the situation deteriorated once again. Satellite imagery taken at 10:36 a.m. displays the state of chaos. The airport's southern gate was thoroughly breached, with individuals flowing freely through. 4 military vehicles appeared to be working to contain crowds of people to the civilian aircraft apron. Others had already made it further and were strewn across the runway. A line of U.S. military vehicles denoted their security perimeter, preventing anyone from advancing further north into the military area of the airport from where evacuation flights were leaving. 2 other vehicles flanked the crowd on each side to prevent the runway incursion from widening. Meanwhile, to the east, the Turkish Airlines 777 sat idle, filled with its evacuees, just waiting for a clear runway in order to take off. Without much progress, it later taxied back to the apron as the military worked to clear the runway. They were successful enough that a U.S. Air Force C-17 was able to land at 12:30 p.m., but the aircraft was quickly swarmed by these same crowds. As Apache helicopters flew low across the runway in an attempt to clear people away, the C-17's pilots decided to depart immediately without dropping off their cargo or loading evacuees. Inexplicably, dozens of individuals clung to the aircraft as it taxied, and some, perhaps unaware of the aircraft's intention to take off, did not let go. Gruesome videos soon emerged, depicting 2 individuals falling hundreds of feet to their death after takeoff, and human remains were later found in the aircraft's wheel well upon its return to Qatar. This included Fada Mohammed, a young dentist from the outskirts of Kabul, and Zaki Anwari, a teenage soccer star who played center back on the country's youth national team. Perhaps the crowds were rattled by their deaths, perhaps the military took them as a sign to intensify their efforts, or perhaps something entirely different occurred, but one way or another, the runway was cleared and 2 U.S. Air Force C-130 Hercules aircraft were able to depart around 12:50 p.m. The Turkish Airlines 777 left 25 minutes after that. The rest of the afternoon of August 16th was more of the same. Planes would land and take off for a period, the situation would intensify, flights would halt, and then start again once the chaos settled down. White House evacuation numbers suggest that the record-breaking early morning C-17 flight was likely the only departure to include civilian evacuees on August 16th, as little success was had in the afternoon with the airfield in such a state of anarchy. Meanwhile, 7,000 miles or 11,000 kilometers away, Joe Biden was on board Marine One, making the brief 40-minute flight from Camp David, the presidential country retreat, to the White House. The fact that the president was on vacation was indicative of the situation. His administration never expected the Taliban to conquer Kabul so quickly. The criticism for the bungling of the withdrawal was resounding. Just 26% of Americans surveyed supported the president's handling of the situation, and his overall approval rating took a nosedive. By the evening of August 16th, Kabul had fallen, the airport was in a state of chaos, and there was little the Biden administration could do to remedy the situation. Upon landing at the White House, the president walked into the East Room, and as dozens of cameras stared him down, he made his first public statement since the fall of Kabul. After a defiant rebuttal of criticism over the withdrawal decision and sober condolences to those affected by the situation, the topic shifted towards the ongoing evacuation effort, with Biden saying, quote, "Our current military mission will be short in time, limited in scope, and focused in its objectives. Get our people and our allies to safety as quickly as possible." The evacuation was all that was left of the 20-year war in Afghanistan, so it was the last mission that could sway public opinion of the White House's handling of the situation. Therefore, the combined efforts of dozens of government agencies were all concentrated on getting as many endangered people as possible out of Afghanistan as soon as possible. By the end of the week of August 15th, after days of steady but slower progress, the pieces had been put in place to initiate a dramatic ramp-up in evacuations. For any individual eligible to take an American flight, typically through status as an American citizen, resident, or special immigrant visa holder or applicant, the first step was to actually get to the airport. This was no small feat. The Taliban had set up 2 checkpoints on Airport Road, the main route to the airport, purportedly to control the flow of people and prevent further chaos. While official Taliban policy was to allow anyone authorized for evacuation by the US or other nations through, there was often disconnect between policy and practice with the group, so whether someone safely and successfully made it to the airport was largely up to the discretion of the individual Taliban fighters operating such checkpoints. The main civilian entrance to the airport was under Taliban control, so evacuees were typically instructed to make their way to the Abbey, East, or North gates. From there, if they could work their way through the crowds and chaos, their eligibility for evacuation would be checked, and a member of the military would pat them down to check for weapons before letting them through. Evacuees would then make their way to the apron on the military side of the airport, where they'd load onto, typically, a C-17 or C-130. To maximize capacity, floor loading procedures were used, where cargo straps were laid across the floor for passengers to hold onto during takeoff, landing, and turbulence. This way, the passenger density was far higher than if using seats. As the cargo bay doors closed on each flight, hundreds of evacuees glimpsed out at what would almost certainly be their final view of the country they called home. From there, American evacuation flights typically flew southwest for 3 hours, landing at Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. This is the largest US military installation in the Middle East, and in many ways acts as its headquarters of operations in the region. For this mission, the base served as an interim stopover point as the evacuees awaited an initial round of security screening before onward travel. Conditions were undoubtedly rough. The military used cavernous aircraft hangars and temporary cots to house the evacuees, but with limited climate control, engineers struggled to find solutions to keep the space cool in the intense heat of the Qatari desert. Al Udeid Air Base quickly became a bottleneck, and on August 20th, flights out of Kabul were halted for a few hours as the facility reached capacity. The global US military logistics system kicked into gear, though, as portable air-conditioned tents and toilets were flown in to increase capacity and improve conditions. The main focus, however, was to get evacuees out of Qatar as fast as possible, move them towards their destination, and make room for more. To enable this, the president activated the rarely used Civil Reserve Air Fleet. Essentially, in order to compete for regular peacetime contracts to transport US military members and supplies around the world, airlines in the US sign up as part of this reserve air fleet, which can be activated when an emergency dictates that a need for aircraft capacity exceeds the practical capacity of US military aircraft. This was such an instance. Therefore, 18 aircraft from American Airlines, Atlas Air, United Airlines, Delta Airlines, Omni Air International, Hawaiian Airlines, and United Airlines were called into service to assist with evacuations. For example, this United Airlines 777-300, tail number N2352U, landed at Al Udeid at 10:19 p.m. on August 22nd. It spent 4 hours on the ground, then ferried a full load of evacuees 6 hours west to Ramstein Air Base in Germany. Ramstein, similar to Al Udeid, is the largest American base in Europe and effectively operates at the scale of a small city with up to 50,000 Americans living in and around the base. One of its major roles is to provide logistics capabilities, meaning it quite often serves as a stopping point for military aircraft traveling between the US and the Middle East. Therefore, it had the perfect position and scale to relieve stress from Al Udeid. In the more hospitable German climate, there was no longer the issue of inhumane heat, so the military set up a sprawling complex of tents and cots. Evacuated kids were even able to set up a daily soccer match on a patch of grass. Civilian volunteers helped distribute mountains of donated clothes, sanitary products, toys, and more to the evacuees who had to leave almost all their possessions behind, only permitted to take a single bag. After further security screening and immigration processing, evacuees were ready to finally head to the United States. The same aforementioned United Airlines 777 loaded up to fly this leg for the first time on August 23rd, and then made the 7.5-hour flight west to Dulles Airport just outside Washington, D.C. Upon landing, evacuees were tested for COVID, processed through immigration, and finally took their first steps into the United States. From there, though, it was more of the same. They were bused to the nearby Dulles Expo Center, which acted as temporary housing as they awaited further travel. In the hours or days waiting there, each evacuee was offered a COVID vaccine and additional donated items. Some were bused to nearby McGuire Air Force Base, Fort Lee, Marine Corps Base Quantico, or Fort Pickett, while others boarded further flights to Fort McCoy in Wisconsin, Fort Bliss in Texas, or Holloman Air Force Base in New Mexico. These bases served as slightly longer-term housing for the evacuees as they awaited a final round of immigration processing before being connected with a refugee resettlement organization to assist them in setting up their new lives somewhere in the United States. This entire evacuation process happened at a breakneck pace. Kabul to Al Udeid, Al Udeid to Ramstein, and Ramstein to Dulles likely became the busiest 3 international flight routes in the world for a few days, even as other bases in Kuwait, Italy, Spain, and elsewhere were brought online as interim stopping points to relieve pressure on this main evacuation route as well. The system was able to ramp up to a peak of 13,000 evacuations a day on US military aircraft, as well as an additional 9,000 on civilian and allied military aircraft on August 24th. The system was also, however, imperfect. One crucial weakness was that the US military's role in administering Kabul airport required at least some direct interface between service members and the general public. Specifically, that occurred here, at Abbey Gate, where troops checked individuals' eligibility to enter and searched them for weapons. This was necessary to ensure the safety of the flights. In theory, most people at this location would have already passed through Taliban security checkpoints, but these were irregular and imperfect. Consequently, taking advantage of the densely packed chaos, on August 26th at 5:50 p.m., a suicide bomber from ISIS-K detonated their explosive vest, and a gunman from the terrorist group then fired into the crowd. 169 civilians and 13 American service members were killed. By the 26th, the bulk of the evacuation was already completed, and so the suicide bombing had little effect on the success of the mission. One by one, over the coming days, American allied nations announced the last of their evacuation flights and the end of their presence in Afghanistan. Australia, France, New Zealand, Italy, and more finished on the 27th. The UK, the second most involved nation in the evacuations, finished its effort on the 28th, with all of its troops out of the country by the following day. Then, on August 30th, a few minutes before midnight, Ross Wilson, acting U.S. ambassador to Afghanistan, boarded a C-17, followed by Chris Donahue, commanding general of the 82nd Airborne Division. Behind him, the cargo bay door closed, the aircraft taxied, rolled down the runway, took off, and banked towards the south. With that moment, for the first time in 19 years, 10 months, 3 weeks, and 2 days, the US military had no presence in Afghanistan, and the war was, finally and officially, over. Even once each of these tens of thousands of evacuees are safely in the US, the process is far from over. Right now, one of the largest and fastest resettlement efforts in history is kicking into gear, and the logistics of helping such a mass of people set up new lives in such a short amount of time are also fascinating. As this video was already getting far too long, I made another video on that topic and put it exclusively on Nebula. I'm able to do that because Nebula was built by creators, including myself, from the ground up to be able to enable us to make even better and more unique content. That's why I've been able to make multiple big-budget Nebula originals, release my regular videos there early and ad-free, and do these exclusive companion videos. We also want you viewers to be able to watch our stuff on there, so we've partnered with CuriosityStream to make it super easy to get access. Any CuriosityStream subscription signed up for at curiositystream.com/Wendover includes access to Nebula, so that means you get 2 streaming sites for the price of 1. Of course, on CuriosityStream, you could watch anything from their enormous catalog of non-fiction shows and documentaries, including Afghanistan 1979, a fantastic documentary about the Soviet-Afghan war that was the major contributing factor to the establishment of the Taliban. All of this, CuriosityStream and Nebula together, comes at a truly fantastic price with a bundle deal. Just $14.79 a year with the current sale, which is just $1.23 a month. Signing up helps provide steady, predictable income to loads of independent creators, large and small, that you probably already watch, and is genuinely a great deal. So click this button or head to curiositystream.com/Wendover. 2021 was not a fresh start. A sampling of newspapers' front pages, a stroll through single-digit cable channels, a scroll through your trusted news sites all advance the same sentiment. A new year doesn't mean a new world. A fresh fourth digit doesn't refresh the headlines. Rather, 2021 was a year of news stories evolving, of headlines maturing. Pandemic stories went from panic and uncertainty over the virus to panic and uncertainty over the vaccine and its rollout. Stories on paper product shortages turned into headlines outlining outright supply chain chaos. Coverage of police violence, racial injustice, and subsequent protests moved from the streets and into the courtroom. The strongest point of continuity from last year to this year, however, was that a host of stories burned so bright that they left little oxygen for smaller ones to breathe. So, we did it again. We assembled a list of news stories, one for each country, that you likely missed in 2021. Some rules are the same from last year. We're not covering the big stories. You won't hear about America ending its longest war, the traffic jam in the Suez Canal, and you certainly won't hear me utter the all-consuming C word. In its absence, you'll notice that two other C words came to dominate our headlines: climate change and coup d'etat. These themes point to the change in this year's video. Rather than focusing on finding stories distant from the C word, this edition's headlines reflect the experience of each country's general populace. Stories that often revolve around responses to a rapidly changing world and unnervingly unstable governments. The stories aren't all dark, though. 2021 was tough, but it was one filled with the heartening and, of course, the quirky. Not only does this people-first focus inform the stories we chose, but also how we organize the stories themselves. Rather than going from most populous to least like last year, we're using the Human Development Index, or HDI. HDI is a metric aimed to quantify standard of living, ranking each country between 0 and 1 based on 3 dimensions: a long and happy life, accumulation of education, and earnings. The United Nations compiles this list using an algorithm that includes indicators such as life expectancy at birth, gross national income per capita, and mean years of schooling for adults 25 and over. HDI was created to, as the UN states, quote, emphasize that people and their capability should be the ultimate criteria for assessing the development of a country, not economic growth alone. Put simply, HDI is the best metric available to frame this trip around the globe from the perspective of everyday people. But not all of the 196 UN-recognized countries and territories we cover have an HDI score. Missing statistics in per capita income, life expectancy, or years of education means that 7 countries didn't have a score, but they did make news, so we'll start there and then go from lowest HDI to highest. We've spent a lot of time explaining, but you're here for the headlines, so let's get started with the first 98. We start this year in the country that the HDI calculators probably know the least about, North Korea. The Hermit Kingdom countered its natural disposition when it decided to reopen lines of communication with South Korea via the hotline that directly connects Seoul and Pyongyang. The hotlines existed in one form or another since the 1970s, but has been severed twice in the past 2 years on account of the failed Trump summit with the North and joint military exercises between the US and the South. From nations we'd like to know more about to continents that spark curiosity, Venturi, an innovative auto company and Formula E team from Monaco, announced its plan to launch its electric polar exploration vehicle in Antarctica. While the world's been sending vehicles down there for decades, Venturi's will be the first that spews zero emissions as it transports scientists across the continent to conduct important climate change research. While it's been tested on French ski resorts, the sole focus has been getting the vehicle ready for the southern continent, a mission laid bare by the vehicle's name, Antarctica. The news out of Nauru suggested that 2021 wasn't one to critically rethink its international agreements, but a chance to double down. At least that was the case when the country renewed its deal with Australia to serve as an offshore processing location for asylum seekers looking to enter the popular migration destination. While the extension keeps the island nation in the good graces of regional power broker Australia, it keeps the island connected to and complicit in an asylum system that many, including the UN, has decried as cruel and inhuman with its delays, decrepit living conditions, and reports of abuse. 2021 was an Olympics year, and one of the smallest countries in the world took 2 podiums. San Marino, a 23 square mile, 60 square kilometer enclave surrounded by Italy, earned its first Olympic medal. Women's trap shooter Alessandra Perilli took home a bronze during the Summer Games. But it wasn't just her award. Now the country, with 33,000 people, came in first for being the least populated territory in the world to earn an Olympic medal, surpassing Bermuda's 70,000. Somalia got its first taste of the silver screen in 30 years when the National Theatre of Somalia reopened for a screening featuring 2 short films by a homegrown director. The theater closed in 1991 at the start of the country's civil war, has been used frequently by warlords as their headquarters, and was then bombed by anti-entertainment jihadists. Its reopening, though tenuous and under heavy security, marked a flicker of hope for civilians, especially the flick-loving ones. And we're not even into the list, but we're already at climate change. Tuvalu's foreign minister went viral for addressing the COP26 climate summit knee-deep in water. A strong image that demonstrates the peril facing the island nation, which only rises to 15 feet or 4.5 meters above sea level. He's asking that if the nation goes underwater, it can retain ownership to its maritime zones and rights as a state, even if residents have to relocate. Existential questions for a very non-existential crisis. In a less systemic and more personal response to climbing temperatures, the Vatican's most famous resident donated 15,000 ice creams to local prisoners during an unpleasant hot snap in a summer that set heat records across the Italian peninsula. While the gesture was admittedly minor, it signaled the Vatican's dedication to aid the local population down on its luck. The Vatican's charity office has also provided free testing and vaccines during the pandemic, and has taken locals experiencing homelessness out for pizza. In what's been a tough year for a myriad of reasons, Niger made history with its first ever peaceful democratic transition of power. Once President Mahamadou Issoufou relinquished the position after 2 terms, the limit outlined in the country's constitution, Niger elected and placed its new president, Mohamed Bazoum. While claims of fraud, protest, outright violence, and a stymied coup nearly derailed it, 2021's successful transition of power was the country's first since it gained independence in 1960. Just as Niger elected its new leader, the Central African Republic lost one of their own. Heavily criticized for the government's inability to foster peace among ethnic groups, its worrying ties with Russia, and its bungled relationship with France, who have now pulled their military aid out of the country, Firmin Nerbada announced that he and his government had handed over their resignation on Twitter. Just north, in Chad, 2021 saw both the suspension and reinstatement of the Chilean football organization by the hands of FIFA. Citing government interference in Chad's effort to seize the association's authority and training grounds, an unsurprising overstep under the ruling military council, soccer's ruling body banned the country from international tournaments. While restrictions were ultimately lifted, Chad was disqualified from the all-important 2021 Africa Cup of Nations. The world's youngest country, South Sudan, rang in its 10th anniversary with a first as the mobile provider Digitel launched in the capital city of Juba. Digitel is the first South Sudanese owned and operated mobile network, and its stated goal is to roll out 4G in Juba at competitive rates and provide mobile service for remote areas, a meaningful step in the country's development. Important infrastructure developments might be afoot in nearby Burundi as well. In July, the heads of state from Burundi and the Democratic Republic of the Congo signed cooperative agreements aimed to foster trade, stamp out rebels, and literally bridge the Ruzizi River-sized gap between the neighboring countries. Expanding rail lines and electrification along the borderlands are also key components of the agreements. These deals signal on paper what its leaders claim have always connected the two countries. In their words, a historic brotherhood. Non-uplets is the crossword-worthy term that reached household-level parlance across Mali in 2021. Backed by nationwide well wishes, 21-year-old Halima Cissé was sent to a specialist in Morocco in late March to deliver 7 babies, or so she thought. To her doctor's surprise, Cissé harbored 9, all of which were born in good health. Cissé's non-uplets now mark the record for the most babies born at once. As the world warms, cities are getting hot, sometimes deadly hot. This is the case in Freetown, the capital city of Sierra Leone. In the face of deadly heat waves, the city has appointed an extreme heat official to draft a comprehensive heat strategy, raise general awareness, and create ways to protect the city's most exposed. Freetown's extreme heat official is not just the first in Africa, but only the 3rd such official in the world, joining those recently appointed in Miami and Athens. Inspiration takes many forms. For Burkina Faso nationals, it took the form of the massive, smiling Iron Bibi, who set a new world record in log lifting. While Western media might have overlooked his 504-pound over-the-head lift in Glasgow, Scotland, his triumph was big news in Burkina Faso as residents welcomed him back at the airport in droves. The moment wasn't lost on Iron Bibi, who dedicated his trophy to his home country as, quote, a message of hope. On the other side of Africa, in Mozambique, researchers have found that elephants have begun ditching their tusks in the name of survival. Once rare, tuskless African elephants have become increasingly common over the past 50 years.
largely on account of poachers. With 90% of the country's elephants killed for their ivory during Mozambique's civil war, tuskless elephants benefited from an increased opportunity to pass down their tuskless genes. With poaching down and conservation up in recent decades, though, it's expected that tusks will come back in vogue. If you're looking for a reminder that the past is very much part of the present, look no further than Eritrea. Over 300 Eritreans born during Italy's rule have demanded Italian citizenship. In the 7-odd decades since colonial rule, Eritrean claims to Italian citizenship based on paternal bloodlines have fallen on deaf ears. Racial rules during the fascist period, current Italian immigration policy, lack of documentation, and limited mobility under Eritrea's dictatorial rule have kept an estimated thousands of Eritreans from accessing Italian citizenship. The latest push for recognition, though, shows these claims aren't fading quietly. Elegant, meticulously groomed and arranged trees and bushes aren't likely what one would expect along the war-torn streets of Yemen. But that's what you'll run into when passing through the city of Marib, where trees sculpted into shapes, figures, and animals line roadways. In a region of critical strategic importance, representing one of the government's last surviving strongholds, this city beautification project, begun in 2016, has offered a welcome respite from the country's dragging civil war. Dragging also describes the legacy of the West African Ebola outbreak, as the repercussions of the epidemic that ended in 2016 may still be taking shape. Researchers suspect that this year's Ebola outbreak of 20-plus probable cases in Guinea was triggered by a survivor of the earlier outbreak. While scientists knew that in the rarest of cases the virus could shed and transmit up to 500 days after infection, the finding that a body harbored the virus for a full 5 years was a surprising and frightening development. $50,000 still goes a long way. In Liberia, $50,000 and doing the right thing with it will earn you a chance to meet the president. That was the case for Emmanuel Tulo, a teenage motorcycle taxi driver who found a plastic bag on the side of the road stuffed with 50 grand in cash and returned it in full to the businesswoman who had lost it. His good deed was praised by Liberians and earned him the chance to meet the president, with whom he wanted to discuss getting himself and fellow youngsters back in school. For the first time, male green sea turtles off the coast of Guinea-Bissau are getting GPS tags to better understand the endangered species' travel and feeding patterns. Not only is the attention a boon for the in-trouble turtles, it signals the growing trust between outside researchers and notoriously protective island residents who have successfully defended and worshipped this sacred environment for centuries. Researchers have tread lightly and, in turn, benefited mightily from shared local knowledge and expertise to catch and tag the ranging reptiles. Finding a middle ground built on trust and respect has also shaped an important development in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, as calls for the repatriation of artifacts by activists and officials made headway in 2021. In the wake of the global Black Lives Matter movement, the Belgian government released their plan to return all illegitimately procured African artifacts, most of which were stolen from the Congo. This plan marks the first systematic government-led effort to return objects stolen during the country's violent colonization on the continent. Across several Malawian cities, protesters took to the street bonded by the same plight. Data prices are too darn high. It seems a fair frustration, as 1 gigabyte costs nearly $28, making it the third most expensive rate of all UN-recognized countries. Malawi regulators have expressed their concern over exorbitant rates, as the prices threaten to slow social-economic development. The stories of two prominent headline makers collided this year when Tedros Adhanom, Director General of the World Health Organization, spoke on the dire situation in North Ethiopia. In November, the Director General said that the Tigray region of Ethiopia was under a, quote, systematic blockade, and that people were dying because of the lack of supplies. He also noted that Tigrayans were being arrested en masse. From Tigray himself, Adhanom never directly assigned blame, as he's worked diligently to maintain a neutral position on the civil war that has consumed his home country. As part of their seemingly odd and certainly confusing court case against Myanmar, the Gambia won an important ruling this year. On behalf of the Rohingya, a Muslim ethnic group persecuted in Myanmar, the tiny Gambia, with the backing of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, a group of 57 nation-states, filed a lawsuit against Myanmar in 2019. In September of this year, a judge ordered Facebook to disclose account records pertaining to the persecution in Myanmar, a big win for the Gambia, as it's widely understood that social media played a key role in the 2017 genocide. Sudan's progress towards democratic rule hit a major speed bump this October when the military seized power. Since the ousting of Omar al-Bashir in 2019, Sudan has been trending in the democratic direction. That is, until this most recent coup. In response to the backslide, thousands of protesters hit the streets in Khartoum, while the US suspended a $700 million aid package meant to aid in the transition towards civilian governance. The story is still developing, though, as the US and UN are pressuring the military to release imprisoned politicians and return a civilian government to power. Democracy is in trouble in Haiti, too. After a deadly earthquake, a presidential assassination, and bout after bout of gang violence, chaos and uncertainty are primed to carry into 2022 as general elections have been postponed for the 4th time. This postponement comes after the Prime Minister decided to dissolve the council responsible for organizing elections. The PM has said he plans on naming a new council, but is not committed to a timeline. A move that leaves the spiraling state, well, spiraling. 130 young female footballers and their families from Afghanistan can finally take a deep breath. 4 months after fleeing Kabul as the Taliban closed in, and after stops in Portugal and Pakistan, the Afghan athletes arrived in London via chartered flight. Their escape was made possible by a litany of NGOs and philanthropists, one of which was the chairman of Leeds United, the club where the girls will join the youth team ranks. 2021 was a big year for African astronomy, especially for the Senegalese scientist Maram Carey, as the International Astronomical Union retitled the less-than-personable asteroid 35462 to Maram Carey, no spaces. Not only making the asteroid hurtling between Mars and Jupiter more approachable, the renaming serves as a recognition of the life's work of the director of Africa Space and founding member of the African Astronomical Society, while also shining a light on the nation's science ambitions. Senegal doesn't hold a monopoly on Western African ambition, though. Bureaucrats in Togo took the difficult task of distributing pandemic-related relief funds head-on this year by developing a remarkably efficient digital payout platform. With only spotty census data and flawed tax records, officials creatively leverage voter registration to verify applicants before paying out the aid over SMS, a program that makes the US's look antiquated by comparison. The violence that's gripped Ethiopia for the past year has done no favors for East African neighbors either. See the tiny coastal nation of Djibouti. In July, protesters responding to a state-led attack blocked the rail line that connects the landlocked Ethiopia to the ocean. Djibouti's port, through which a whopping 90% of all Ethiopian goods pass, is the country's key economic driver, and while the rail line's closure wasn't permanent, instability in Ethiopia has hampered the reliant Djibouti economy to the tune of an estimated $1.7 billion in lost commerce. It's been a tough few years for the ski industry, and Lesotho's Afro-Ski mountain resort proved that while unique in terms of its status as one of 2 resorts in southern Africa, it wasn't an exception to the struggles. Rather than go under when South African border closures led to a 90% drop in visitors, the resort adapted, this year offering incentives and reduced rates to get locals on the hill, some for the very first time, while also finding creative renovation projects to keep its local staff employed. Chameleons, by their very nature, are hard to spot. A chameleon measuring just 29 millimeters from tip to tail? Nearly impossible. And yet, a group of scientists in northern Madagascar discovered a pair of these nano-chameleons who are now in the record books as the smallest of the planet's 11,500 reptiles. Like so much in Madagascar, though, the future of the little lizard is up in the air as habitat loss has conservationists scrambling to protect the new finding. From new findings to expensive and rare findings, Petra Diamonds, the British producer of pink diamonds donned by the Queen herself, has settled to pay £4.3 million to 71 Tanzanian claimants who've accused the mining company of, among other things, beating, stabbing, and detaining them during their time as miners. While the settlement makes, quote, no admission of liability, Petra has vowed to fund community projects and prevent future incidents. In the Ivory Coast, stamping out illegal cocoa grow operations has proved next to impossible. But that could change with the adoption of the most recent European Commission's plan to curb global deforestation. If implemented, this plan would require companies importing cocoa products into the EU to provide GPS data on the product's origin to ensure it wasn't illegally harvested. For the Ivory Coast, spreading the responsibility of halting illegal cocoa production will help protect the meager 15% of its biodiverse forest still standing. It's been 15 years since Shell's Nigerian subsidiary's pipelines poisoned the farmlands of the villages of Goy and Aruma, and 13 years since the case went to court. But this year, a Dutch court finally ruled that Royal Dutch Shell and its Nigerian subsidiary must compensate the villages for a still undecided amount and install warning systems along its pipelines to curb the next disaster. In Rwanda, the crackdown on dissidents under President Paul Kagame's government has extended to YouTube creators. Judani Nyonsenga, whose channel Ishima TV covers topics such as human rights abuses and has over 15 million views, was sentenced to 7 years in prison after being found guilty of forgery, humiliation of state officials, and 2 other charges. He was the second Rwandan YouTube critic to be arrested in a country where freedom of expression is becoming increasingly costly. Expressing dissent with Uganda's 900-mile, 1,500-kilometer oil pipeline project is becoming costly, too. Citing lack of compensation for land and a host of environmental dangers, local activists and international NGOs are raising concerns over the project that begins in Murchison National Park and borders Lake Victoria. It seems they're fighting an uphill battle against the project, which is backed by Tanzania, Uganda, and companies from France and China, as Uganda has arrested 6 protesters, a move some see as a scare tactic. Elsewhere on the continent, people's voices are getting through. In Benin, a law passed that drastically expands access to abortion and largely puts the decision in women's hands. What used to be legal only in cases of life-threatening pregnancies, rape, and incestuous relationships is now allowed on account of a wide range of reasons within the first 12 weeks of pregnancy. Globally, this move has been hailed by women's rights activists, and regionally, this makes Benin the most progressive country on the issue in West Africa. In a country that's 90% Sahara with only one permanent river, water's hard to come by. Facing shortages and inconsistent supply, Mauritania recently launched a fundraising effort to secure $317 million for a project that will provide water to 500,000 in the south of the arid country. Counting on several financiers from across the Arab world, the project will pipe water to urban and rural users in a bid to minimize the gap between the two and help to realize the region's agricultural potential. From a country with limited water to one with little land, it's been a momentous year for sports fans on the island of Comoros, as the nation of under 1 million was ground zero for a history-making run by the national soccer team. Minnows on the continental level, Comoros held World Cup qualifiers Egypt to a draw and went unbeaten during the African Cup League of Nations qualifying stage, a Cinderella run that will see the nation make the cup tournament for the first time. Not bad for a team that didn't even exist until 2006. As Team Caesars, we don't condone tossing trash into the ocean, but sometimes such littering lends itself to a story. Picking up plastic along the beaches of a Papua New Guinean island, Stephen Amos stumbled across a message in the bottle that had traveled 1,500 miles or 2,400 kilometers after being tossed overboard by an American sailor 2 years prior. In a nation struggling with major plastic pollution, perhaps Amos smiled not only at the friendly note, but also at the fact that it was contained in a nice, reusable glass bottle. How young is too young to charge someone with a crime? Pakistan faced down this very question when they charged an 8-year-old of blasphemy when the Hindu child peed in an Islamic school library. In the incident's wake, police charged the boy while, in reaction to the perceived disrespect, a mob vandalized a Hindu temple. Eventually, though, the state stepped in and punished the cops who arrested the child, dropped all charges, and organized payment for the temple's repairs. Charges that are sticking, however, were laid against 2 transgender women who were simply having dinner in Cameroon when they were arrested for alleged homosexuality. Later, they were sentenced to 5 years in jail, which some say is a death sentence in the male-dominated prison system. The arrests and high-profile nature of the case, as one of the women is an activist for trans rights, exemplifies the anti-LGBTQ sentiments and laws that are still common in African countries, with at least 30 of them criminalizing homosexuality. Technology seems to be a storyline, and this is clearly the case for ISIS-affiliated women held at the Al-Hol refugee camp in Syria, where they are marrying men they meet online in order to receive income and the slim chance of eventual repatriation. The camp, which is home to nearly 60,000 women and children, is teeming with squalor and extremist ideas. Yet, jihadist men reportedly see it as a badge of honor to care for the women there through these virtual marriages, even though they rarely move beyond anything but digital. For something much more tangible, a Solomon Islands man digging in his backyard to install a septic system struck something hard, but this was the opposite of treasure. Instead, he discovered more than 100 unexploded World War II bombs, which came as a real surprise and a tragic reminder of the devastation the Pacific Islands suffered during that era, when thousands of bombs were dropped in munition stores, like this one, were common. The ordnances were successfully, and thankfully, removed by a specialist team. In the opposite of underground, Zimbabwe plans to launch its first satellite, the ZimSat-1, in February. It will be used to help organizations and officials collect data that relates to ground cover and drought, as well as transmit signals for amateur radio stations. Zimbabwe's space program has grown quickly in just 3 years since being established, and follows on the heels of other African countries extending upward as well.
Though many countries focus on the pressing humanitarian needs first, the continent's satellite fleet now stands at 44 as they increasingly recognize the importance of strategic space investment. Break out those dancing shoes, because the rumba may officially be a part of worldwide intangible cultural heritage. The Republic of the Congo and the Democratic Republic of the Congo applied to UNESCO for the official designation, which would protect the dance's history and cement its importance. The rumba was born in 19th century Cuba, combining the drumming of enslaved Africans with the melodies of Spanish colonizers. But it's not just of historical importance, because the rumba has modern-day relevance too, including the 1960s Independence Cha-Cha, a version of the rumba that celebrated the freedom of Belgian Congo. In the same region, downstream effects from an Angolan diamond mine were catastrophically felt in a toxic spill that sickened more than 1 million people, killed 12, and decimated fish and wildlife. Waste from the largest diamond mine in Angola leaked into the Kasai River, which eventually reached the Congo River, where large amounts of heavy metal were detected. The mine, which is partially owned by a Russian company, acknowledged there had been a leak, but said that it was just sand and mud, and of course, they claimed no responsibility for the disaster. There's no accountability in this story either, but there is a bit of good news from a country that's increasingly cracking down on the freedom of the press. Myanmar released American journalist Danny Fenster from prison just days after he was sentenced to 11 years for charges that included incitement of violence and visa violations. The military in Myanmar has clamped down on the media since seizing power in February, stripping publications of their licenses and banning outlets from broadcasting. Fenster, however, was the first foreign journalist to be convicted for charges he says were without warrant, and thanks to negotiations by a former US ambassador to the UN, now he'll go free. Imprisonment in an authoritarian country is one person's nightmare, while 10 million fruit bats descending on a condensed swamp area might sound like another's. But for conservationists in Zambia, it's essential. The bats are key to African ecology because they eat fruits and berries and distribute the seeds during their continental migration. Now these environmentalists are fighting a proposal for a 17,500 acre or 7,000 hectare wheat, soy, and corn farm that would be built on the national park's borders and threaten the bats' habitat and existence altogether. In another story about West African instability, Guinea junta leader Mamadi Doumbouya was sworn in after a successful September coup, marking the 4th coup in the region in the past year. Doumbouya's party overthrew former President Alpha Condé for what they said was continued corruption, but political upheaval continues to mire the area, and now a regional economic council has placed economic sanctions and travel restrictions on the Ghanaian junta. Sometimes government overreach isn't always so unpleasant, as is the case with a defanged and declawed lion named Hima. He was reunited with his owner after the Cambodian Prime Minister got involved. Initially, Hima was seized after TikTok videos of him living casually in a high-end Phnom Penh neighborhood, something the government deemed inappropriate, went viral. But additional posts showed a clear bond between the two after their separation, and following public calls for reunification, the Prime Minister announced the two would be rejoined. Speaking of lions, Kenya is known as a wildlife wonderland, but just how many creatures crawl there was an unknown number until the country completed its first wildlife census this year. Using planes, drones, helicopters, boats, and 4x4s, researchers tallied the populations of more than 30 species across nearly 60% of the country to establish a baseline for one of the world's most unique ecological places. Using estimates from the past, the numbers of elephants, some 36,280, seem to be going up, but black rhinos, just 897, have fallen to critically endangered levels. Kenya counts wildlife, and Nepal counts how many people reach the top of Mount Everest. Now they're unhappy with 3 Indian climbers who allegedly falsified their summit of the world's highest peak in 2016. This year, the Nepalese government penalized them by banning them for 6 years, essentially preventing them from actually trying to get to the top another time. The Nepalese ministry verifies climbs through photographic evidence, and while these 3 had the photos, presumably photoshopped, they reportedly didn't have enough oxygen to have feasibly completed the trip. Back at sea level, impoverished East Timor is at an interesting economic crossroads, exploring ecotourism, offshore drilling, and now carbon capture storage as a way to boost the country's revenue. Australia has proposed capturing its own carbon waste and paying to store it in East Timor's nearly depleted Bayu Undan oil field, which is expected to run out in the next couple of years. Proponents see this as a creative environmental solution, and critics say it's simply shifting climate change responsibility from a rich country to a poor one. Nearby Vanuatu is a remote Pacific island with just 300,000 residents. So why did some 2,000 politicians, business owners, and criminals get citizenship there recently? Because for $130,000, they can. The Citizenship by Investment program is legal and gives these new residents visa-free access to the UK and European Union. But some worry the increased interest in this island, where the passport program accounted for nearly 42% of government revenue in 2020, might be fertile ground for money laundering and international mischief. In a move that signals the increasing geopolitical importance of Africa, Twitter hired its first employees on the continent in the country of Ghana, where freedom of speech protections and online freedoms made it an ideal location. The social media company announced it would fill 11 positions, with plans to officially open an office there once pandemic restrictions and work-from-home orders are relaxed. For more than 30 years, Eswatini's King Mswati III has ruled as an absolute monarch and flaunted a lavish, luxurious lifestyle. The problem? 60% of the country's 1.1 million residents live in poverty, and they're over his opulence. For months, residents have participated in pro-democracy protests that have left scores dead and many more wounded. Neighboring African countries, including South Africa, upon which Eswatini heavily relies, are stepping in to help navigate the movement, which many say won't be going away until there's a brighter future for this developing nation. A plot to smuggle 55 million methamphetamine tablets and more than 1.5 tons of crystal meth disguised in beer crates was thwarted by police in Laos, resulting in the largest single drug seizure in Asia. They were discovered in a truck in an area called the Golden Triangle, the meeting point of Myanmar, Laos, and Thailand, which is notorious as a hotspot for drug production and smuggling. With recent unrest in Myanmar's Shan region and Chinese crackdown on the trade, smugglers have looked to alternate routes, in this case, without much success. In another superlative, Pacific Islander Nicole Yamase became the first citizen of the Federated States of Micronesia to reach Challenger Deep, the deepest part of the Mariana Trench, which lies within the territorial waters of the country. Her completion of the 10-hour journey, which took her to 36,000 feet or 11,000 meters below the ocean's surface, also makes her only the third woman, and at 29, the second youngest to ever do it. She's a PhD student studying climate change's effects on microalgae, and going to the world's most remote places for research is all in a day's work for her. On the topic of climate change, in an effort to reduce its dependence on fossil fuels, Sao Tome and Principe made an innovative announcement involving deepwater platforms, but not the oil kind. Instead, they're engaging in a public-private partnership to debut ocean thermal energy conversion technology, the first commercial endeavor of its kind. The floating platforms use the difference between cold, deep ocean water and warm surface temperatures to create green energy out of the blue. Another island nation concerned for its future is Kiribati, where 6 years ago, the government starred in its own version of House Hunters and purchased some 8.5 square miles or 22 square kilometers of land on Fiji to make sure its potentially displaced residents had somewhere to go as sea levels rise. To use that land in the meantime, Kiribati enlisted the help of omnipresent China to build farms that would provide fresh produce and meat to the island nation, which currently imports all of its food. Some say this is another land grab by China, while others see it as a sustainability measure for Kiribati. Both of these takes miss what might be the most interesting part of this story: an actual overseas climate refuge in the first place. Garment workers in Bangladesh are more protected after an agreement was signed by some 200 international fashion companies that includes legally binding safety commitments, independent inspections at the factories, and contributions for safety training and factory improvements. The accord replaces one that was created after a devastating factory fire that killed 1,100 people in 2013 and was set to expire. Human rights workers praise the move, which means protections will continue into the future and keep Bangladesh as one of the top garment producers in the world. That pandemic coffee habit may be helping boost Honduras' economy, according to recent economic reports. GDP growth for 2021 was expected to be between 2 and 5%, but new projections show almost double that, with the country's economy predicted to grow by almost 9%. This is thanks to increased activity in retail and manufacturing, and, because of supply chain issues, higher prices for coffee, which is one of the country's primary exports. If 2's a party and 3's a crowd, then India is taking note. Some states, including the country's most populous, Uttar Pradesh, which has 240 million people and would be the world's 5th most populous country by itself, introduced a China-like two-child policy and sterilization measures to control population growth. Though it still has to be adopted, the proposal would deny state benefits, subsidies, and jobs to anyone who has more than 2 children, and dangles the carrot of incentives for anyone who gets sterilized. 12 states have already adopted similar measures, all in an effort to limit growth in a country that's already the 2nd most populous in the world. In the early 1900s, Namibia was known as German Southwest Africa, and Germany is still dealing with its dark history there, which included troops that killed, tortured, and forced tens of thousands of native peoples into the desert to starve. This year, then-Chancellor Angela Merkel reached a deal that would distribute 1.1 billion euros over 30 years to benefit aid programs in the African country. But she stopped short of calling the funding reparations and instead said it was reconciliation money that would help attempt to, quote, heal the wounds of the past. China continues to expand its presence around the globe, and in Bhutan, this hasn't been subtle. In the past year, satellite imagery shows that multiple new villages have sprung up in a 60 square mile or 150 square kilometer Bhutanese area that's been a disputed site before when India and China went to head about road construction there a handful of years ago. Because of aligned interests when it comes to Chinese overreach, India has supported Bhutan's claims to the contested territory. Across the world, the situation in Nicaragua right now is unequivocally bad, and it wasn't much better in early 2021 when President Daniel Ortega opted to shoot for the moon even though the nation is mired in social and economic misery. That's when he established the National Ministry for Extraterrestrial Space Affairs, the Moon, and other celestial bodies, which people are calling a vanity project. Its goal is to develop a space agency that will reach the farthest points in the universe, but quite literally hasn't gotten off the ground. When one thinks of palm oil plantations, Malaysia and Indonesia usually come to mind. But Guatemala's emerging market makes it the world's 6th largest producer of palm oil. However, that success, of course, comes at a cost. More production has led to companies grabbing indigenous lands at an alarming rate. In response, some of Guatemala's indigenous population, almost 40% of the country's 17 million residents, are resisting by forcefully moving back onto the land. Native baby sea turtle numbers on the 10-island nation of Cape Verde are booming in a rabbit-like way. The good news is that nest numbers last year were up to 200,000, which is 20 times the estimates from 2015. The bad news is that sea turtles' gender is determined by the temperature of the sand where the eggs are laid, and, well, the globally warmed beach means that about 84% of baby sea turtle hatchlings are now female, which unfortunately still keeps that species on the endangered list. When it comes to finding fodder for Central Asians' geopolitical cocktail talk, here's a fun fact. Tajikistan's primary export is migrant labor. By September 2021, more than 1.6 million Tajiks left the country to work in Russia. These migrant workers then send billions of dollars in remittances back home. In 2019, actually, this figure accounted for more than 1/4 of Tajikistan's GDP, making the ex-Soviet country still very dependent on Russia. Anyone who invested early in Bitcoin should head straight to El Salvador, where they can make it crypto rain now that the country became the first in the world to adopt the currency as legal tender. Though some, including major lender the International Monetary Fund, are skeptical because of the volatile and risky nature of cryptocurrencies, others are optimistic, such as Salvadorians who can dip into their Chiva wallet app and find $30 of Bitcoin waiting for them. In the ongoing fight against ISIS, officials in Iraq declared a moderate victory with the capture of the Islamic State's finance minister, Sami Jassim al-Ajuz. The arrest could provide Iraq and international allies with a treasure trove of intelligence about the terrorist organization that, although has retreated from daily headlines in recent years, maintains quite active in sleeper cells throughout the Middle East. 2 residents in Guyana are not staying quiet about protecting the planet, something they argue is a fundamental right to humanity's sustainability. The pair is suing their country for having approved oil exploration licenses, saying it violates the government's legal duty to protect the right of future generations to a healthy environment. This David versus Goliath fight pits them against ExxonMobil, which is eyeing a potential 8 billion gallons of oil in offshore drilling, which would make it the company's largest extraction site in the world. There's nothing like the discovery of 1.3 million-year-old stone tools to make this point in time seem, well, short. Archaeologists in Morocco recently discovered the artifacts in a site associated with human ancestor Homo erectus, almost doubling the previous start date for the dawn of the stone tool era in North Africa. What's mind-boggling is that these tools aren't even close to the oldest traces of human ancestors, which date all the way back to more than 4 million years ago. In Kyrgyzstan, Central Asia's only democracy, just over 1/3 of the population turned out in a snap election that put populist politician and convicted kidnapper Sadir Japarov into power. The former Soviet country sits between China, which has invested in its infrastructure, and Russia, to which it still has significant loyalties, including from its newly elected president, who has vowed to remain allied with both neighbors, something that will be tough to balance amid his own country's partially self-inflicted political turmoil. There's some positive news about elephants coming out of Gabon, where new research shows the population of forest elephants, a cousin to the savanna-dwelling pachyderms, seem to be doing better than expected. Previous estimates reported there were about 50,000 left in the Central African country, but a recent study shows that number to be closer to 95,000 thanks to strict anti-poaching regulations and land conservation measures. Athleisure-wearing, latte-drinking urbanites might need an extra downward dog and a shot of espresso to deal with their supply chain woes this year, especially with products like Lululemon and coffee coming from Vietnam, where a combination of lockdowns and factory conditions has prompted millions of workers to leave cities and return to their countryside homes. Manufacturers are having a tough time luring them back, and that was bad news for a supply chain already in crisis. An Arizona man who conducted a years-long human trafficking ring selling babies from the Marshall Islands to American parents was sentenced to 6 years in prison and forced to pay hundreds of thousands in restitution charges. The man would pay around $10,000 for pregnant Marshallese women to come to the United States and then arrange for their newborns to be adopted by couples for $40,000. Officials estimate some 70 adoptions took place this way, taking advantage of the Compact of Free Association, which allowed them to travel or move to the US without restriction. On the subject of pregnancy, Polish researchers discovered a first, an Egyptian mummy with child. Originally, they thought the mummy was a male priest, but further investigation uncovered a small femur bone thought to belong to a fetus about 25 to 30 weeks old. Scientists call the find unique and important to Egyptology, in which little research has been done on females. In not-so-sweet news, Ben & Jerry's announced it would stop selling its ice cream in occupied Palestinian territories, making a very public corporate statement against the Israeli settlements there, which are not recognized by international law. Israeli officials called the decision a, quote, capitulation to anti-Semitism. The brand, however, will still be available throughout the internationally recognized territory of Israel, which sort of makes this ban half-baked. It's banned for poachers to remove succulents from the desert in South Africa, but that hasn't stopped it from being an explosive problem in a country that's home to 1/3 of the world's succulent species. Specifically, people are harvesting Conophytum, which is a genus of flowering plants that consists of over 100 species, many of which are on the endangered list. They're then sold to hot markets including Korea and China, where the plants that were once considered low class have become popular for being low maintenance. Across the pond, Venezuelans have been fleeing their country in one of the world's largest human migrations, and 1/3 of them head to neighboring Colombia. Recently, Colombia announced its decision to provide temporary legal status to more than 1.7 million migrants who had fled there in recent years. That means the migrants can work legally for up to 10 years. A collapsed economy has created a humanitarian crisis, and refugees in search of a better life may find that with Colombia's legal acceptance of them. Last year, the president of Turkmenistan erected a gilded statue of a beloved breed of dog, the Alapai. This year, he took it a step further and announced a national holiday honoring the large shepherd-like canine. This holiday included a contest for the country's best dog and a medal given to its top border guard dog. Alapai now shares the special day with another of Turkmenistan's celebrated, the Akalteki horse breed. Both are considered important parts of the national heritage, where herding is a traditional pastime. Traditionally, the transfer of power is supposed to be peaceful and seamless. In Samoa, it wasn't. Fiame Naomi Mataafa finally became the country's prime minister in July, following several months of constitutional crisis during which her predecessor, Twailepa Salele Malele Gayoe, refused to acknowledge her victory. The former leader had led the country for more than 2 decades and would not step down. After a series of legal battles and appeals, Mataafa finally assumed control and is making history doing it as Samoa's first female prime minister. In Belize, officials are both making and saving history. Ecologically, that is. This year, a coalition of conservation organizations banded together to save one of the world's last pristine rainforests, preserving 367 square miles or 950 square kilometers of land from deforestation. This area is part of the larger Belize Maya Forest, which crosses Mexico, Belize, and Guatemala, and means a biodiversity hotspot roughly the size of Florida will be saved in perpetuity. Something that's not going to last forever is Filipino President Rodrigo Duterte, who is constitutionally barred from seeking another 6-year term. Ahead of the May elections, those looking to replace him include a potpourri of people, including his daughter Sara Duterte, son and namesake of the country's former dictator Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos, former actor and Manila Mayor Francisco Domagoso, and newly retired boxing star Manny Pacquiao. With candidates expected to perform on stage with the public judging them on their singing and dancing abilities, the pool is certainly high on the entertainment factor. To the south, the Indonesian island of Biak is becoming an unexpected player in Elon Musk's world. That's because Indonesian President Joko Widodo, as part of his goal to modernize the nation, personally pitched the tech giant on launching spacecraft from the island that sits 70 miles or 110 kilometers south of the equator. Facing displacement, the indigenous population isn't supportive of the proposal. Musk has also stayed mum on the issue, but we all know his penchant for explosive announcements. Atmospheric conditions also made headlines in Bolivia, where UV radiation levels in La Paz hit 21, and that's on a scale that typically tops out at 20. the Bolivian capital sits at 11,800 feet, or 3,600 meters above sea level, and low levels of clouds caused by climate change, combined with a heat wave, skyrocketed numbers on the UV index. The World Health Organization calls an index of 11 extreme, and 10 minutes exposed at these levels start to burn the skin. At 21, people just stay inside. More than doubling the age of most of her competitors, a 46-year-old gymnast representing Uzbekistan took her final bow at the Olympics in Tokyo this summer. It was Oksana Chusovitinya's 8th Olympics. She won the silver medal for vault in 2008 and capped off with 11 medals won at 17 World Championships. Up next, spending more time with her Olympic wrestling husband and her son, who at 22 is older than most Olympic gymnasts. In Libya, there's some frightening news on the artificial intelligence front. A report commissioned by the United Nations found that a military drone strike used in the country's civil war may have been carried out autonomously. Allegedly, militia fighters were hunted down and attacked by a, quote, weapons system that did not require data connectivity. Though it's implied, the report doesn't go as far as to say the drone acted autonomously. Vagueness here is de rigueur, as the report also doesn't say whether anyone was injured or killed. The island nation of Tonga managed to largely avoid the global pandemic, but it's dealing with its own epidemic now, as methamphetamine use has become pervasive and very problematic in the country of 100,000. It's so bad that the king made a plea to Tongan parliament asking for help with the crisis, which is accounting for 60% of admissions to Tonga's mental health wards and filling up local prisons. Tonga has long been a stop on the drug route from Asia to New Zealand and Australia. This just means that the drugs are increasingly stopping instead of passing through. Something else that's stopping is the Parana River. South America's second largest river straddles Paraguay, Argentina, and Brazil, and sadly, it's the lowest it's been in more than 70 years. Scientists say deforestation in the Amazon is to blame, as rainfall, much of which emanates from the forest itself, has significantly decreased. As a result, the river is 10.5 feet, or 3 meters lower than normal, and threatening the lives and businesses of people who populate more than 60 towns along its shores. Also threatening was two men's plot to unseat Jordan's king Abdullah, a crime for which they were sentenced to 15 years in prison. They were aides to the king's half-brother, who was removed from the line of succession in 2004. But not to be deterred, his plan using these proxies included rallying civilian support to oust Abdullah. The twist? Some say all three may have been unknowingly backed by the Trump administration, who saw Abdullah as an obstacle in securing an Israeli-Palestinian peace treaty. The king, however, will remain in power, and these two will go to jail. When an immigrant commits a crime in the United Kingdom, they get deported, often by airplane. Lately, however, the loads have been light, with just 4 people sent back to Jamaica on a recent 350-passenger Airbus A350-900 flight. That evens out to about $66,000 or £50,000 per person. These costs have people wondering about the viability of such an expensive program, while others say it's critical to get convicted criminals out of the country. Finds that will happily be sent overseas includes 2 of the world's largest diamonds unearthed this year in Botswana. A 1,174-carat and 1,098-carat diamond were both discovered weeks apart in the country's mines, which are some of the top producing in the world. Each diamond is about the size of someone's hand, and they come at an important time for the market, which is trying to rebound after the pandemic. Bright news for the country and the soon-to-be betrothed. Another unearthing took place in Mongolia, where archaeologists were able to use a new technology to look below ground and map the ancient city of Karakorum, the capital of the Mongolian Empire established by Genghis Khan in the 1200s. Using magnetic fields to determine the footprint's layout and structural composition, the researchers determined, among other things, that the city was only at about 40% capacity, likely home to laborers and craftspeople, while the majority lived a more nomadic lifestyle. And that brings us to halfway. We'll plow through the remaining 98 entries on Friday when Part 2 is released, but you don't have to wait until then, or sit through ads for that matter, if you sign up for Nebula today. The streaming platform was made by creators like me and my friends from Real Science, Midlife Crisis, Real Life Lore, and more. We all wanted to focus on content and not stress about demonetization and algorithms, so we made our own streaming site. On Nebula, you can watch dozens of your favorite educational creators' normal videos early and ad-free, occasional extended cuts and companion videos, and big-budget Nebula originals. Of course, we still want you all to be able to watch our stuff easily, so we're partnering with CuriosityStream, which has thousands of non-fiction shows and documentaries streaming at your fingertips, and is a big fan of what we do at Nebula. So, when you sign up for CuriosityStream at curiositystream.com/Wendover, you get Nebula included for free. Even better news is that CuriosityStream is offering 26% off its annual plan, and you benefit. CuriosityStream plus Nebula, all for less than $15 a year. I think we all need some good news after some of the stories in the year-end roundup, so how about you try watching CuriosityStream's original documentary about how the groundbreaking, newly launched James Webb Telescope was designed and built. So, to get your time and money's worth, sign up for the bundle deal by clicking the button on screen or heading to curiositystream.com/Wendover, and you'll be helping support independent creators while you're at it. Welcome to our year-end review, part 2. If you're tuning in for the first time, this is a special episode during which we give you one headline from every country in the world from the past year. The caveat is, hopefully, it's a headline you hadn't heard and has little to do with the C word. We did this last year, and we organized countries by population size, counting down from largest to smallest. This year, we're doing a count up organized by the Human Development Index, which is a number between 0 and 1 determined by the United Nations based on a series of metrics including education, longevity, and earnings. We are halfway through the list, and we'll end with the country that has the highest HDI in the world. If you haven't watched part 1, we suggest you do that too, where we explain the HDI breakdown in detail. If you're joining for part 2, thanks, because it means you like part 1. Without delay, here's 2. Distancing themselves is something that a Dutch organization is trying to do with Astrid Romer, a poet from the former Dutch colony of Suriname, after it awarded her with a prestigious literary prize earlier this year. Recently, she made controversial statements supporting murderous former president of Suriname Desi Bouterse, and the Dutch organizers of the award chose to forego the ceremony honoring her and simply gave her the cash prize with little fanfare. Romer, like any real poet, is sticking to her words. Back underground we go, this time to Petite Moustique, which is part of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, where a human skull was unearthed on this remote, rugged island in 2003. And this year, researchers at the University of Oregon may have uncovered why it was there. Skeletal abnormalities show the female likely had leprosy, and this isolated part of the Caribbean was probably used to keep people with the disease away from the public, something that many have speculated, but this finding actually supports. The skull dates back 200 years, and is possibly the earliest case of leprosy recorded in the Americas. There is also some speculation that Tunisian President Kais Saied's appointment of a female prime minister may have been a way to calm critics who say he's overreaching his power in the Arab Spring's only remaining democracy. Before Najla Boudin Ramadan's appointment, Saied had already suspended parliament, seized power, and fired the previous prime minister, and because Ramadaneh doesn't have a lot of political experience, her trajectory could be challenging. But she is already making history as the first female prime minister in the Arab world. The Maldives have the unenvious position of exemplifying climate change's already dire effects on low-lying nations, where 30% of the country's annual government budget is being spent on adapting to climate change. Developed nations have agreed to spend $100 billion to help vulnerable countries adapt, but Maldives Speaker of Parliament wants more. He's asking that rich nations also pay reparations to help the others deal with the consequences they're already suffering and likely didn't cause. Islands in the Caribbean continue to bet big on tourism, especially countries like Dominica, which offers citizenship by investment through properties like the 6-star resort of Secret Bay. For the 5th year in a row, Dominica was named the best country for second citizenship by Professional Wealth Management magazine. The second home citizens have primarily come from Africa, but with a new nonstop flight from Miami running, that could potentially change, with Americans starting to look south for another home and passport. Added bonus, Dominican residents now get visa-free access to China. When we say coral reef, you probably say, ugh. That's because a lot of news about the ocean's critical habitat for fish species is generally bad. And that could have been the expectation after Tropical Cyclone Winston caused more than $1.4 billion in damage to Fiji in 2016 and pummeled the island's reefs. But they've bounced back in a big way as young coral colonies have taken off, much to the delight of researchers, residents, and likely the colorful fish that have found a new home. Also in repair are more than a handful of the 130 precious historical artifacts that were destroyed in the harbor blast in Lebanon that killed 200 people. While the objects pale in comparison to human lives, their historical significance remains important, and that's why the British Museum granted $29,500 in restoration funds to help repair some of the more critical glass vessels, which are nearly 2,000 years old. Over on the northwest tip of Africa, an ongoing conflict between Algeria and Morocco might leave Spain in the cold. Spain gets about half of its gas from Algeria, which pumps it through a pipeline in Morocco. Morocco depends on Algeria for about 10% of its gas, and Algeria suspended this pipeline to both countries to upset Morocco in an ongoing territorial dispute. It turns out this may affect Spaniards the most, who will still be able to get gas through alternate routes, but at much higher prices. Moldova is running out of gas too. At the end of its contract with Gazprom, Moldova declared a state of emergency when the Russian energy company raised its gas prices and slashed supply. Accused of using gas as leverage, allegations have surfaced that contract renegotiations involve discussion of political issues regarding Moldova's separatist region of Transnistria and its connection to the EU. Associated with the EU, but reliant on Russian resources, Moldova frequently finds itself in the unenviable position of sitting between East and West. From unenviable to regrettable, a mafia fugitive did himself in by appearing on a YouTube cooking show in his adopted home of the Dominican Republic. Though he never showed his face while flashing his Italian culinary chops, Marc-Ferin Claude Biart's tattoos gave him away to the police. A member of Italy's largest mafia who fled Europe when accused of trafficking cocaine into the Netherlands, Biart led a quiet, unassuming, and, in hindsight, too comfortable life in the city of Boca Chica. An apocalyptic scene unfolded just off the coast of Azerbaijan as a column of fire blasted out of the Caspian Sea. While the Caspian is dotted by various offshore oil rigs, the assumed culprit for the flare-up wasn't a leaky Soviet-era pipeline, but one of the region's infamous mud volcanoes sparking the blast. Dubbed the Land of Fire, Azerbaijan is home to major oil reserves and hundreds of these mud volcanoes, many of which are active today. What happens underground is also of interest in St. Lucia, where the Caribbean nation is taking the first steps towards harnessing geothermal energy. Currently, St. Lucia relies primarily on diesel generators for power, so any alternative that would alleviate high energy costs is welcomed, especially one as green as geothermal. The next step is figuring out viability, a project that will be greatly aided by a $22 million grant made by the World Bank to explore the potential of the energy source. In Ecuador's most famous islands, Darwin's Arch died of natural causes. Just a kilometer or 0.6 miles off the coast of Darwin Island in the Galapagos, the Arch was a popular destination for divers and photographers. Ecuadorian officials said that the bridge was brought down by natural erosion. Year by year, though, erosion is becoming more of a threat and less natural, as volatile weather and warming waters are intensifying the process that created many of the Earth's arches in the first place. Another troubling trend came to a head in China. Birth rates in the world's most populous country hit an all-time low since the country began tabulating the figure in 1978. Infamous for its one-child policy, China has begun easing restrictions on family size since 2015, as dropping birth rates began to worry state officials. This year's low watermark, though, hints that the problem may be beyond policy and expected demographic shifts as the country develops, and more so a function of rising cost of living and financial insecurity pushing potential parents to hold off. Birds, too, are adapting to changing material living conditions. A study of 77 non-migratory birds undertaken in Brazil has shown that each species has become smaller in stature over the past 40 years. This finding in species confined to remote areas of the Amazon has allowed researchers to conclude that the shrinking is in response to the one major alteration in their environment: temperature rise. While researchers haven't come to a consensus, it's hypothesized that the birds are slimming down because they simply aren't required to generate the same body heat as in decades prior. Humans are doing it for them. A decision made by Colombia's Congress gave Viche, often referred to as African Colombian moonshine, its well-deserved moment in the sun. Recognizing the liquor distilled from sugarcane by generations of African Colombians as a piece of the country's ancestral and cultural heritage is an honor, and for many, an opportunity. Increased notoriety, experts believe, will provide an opportunity for distillers to capitalize on the product, giving it the chance to follow the same trajectory as mezcal in Mexico and to create generational wealth locally. While other parts of former Yugoslavia threatened to fall apart, North Macedonia celebrated 2021 as the year marked the 30th anniversary of its peacefully established independence. A military parade through the capital of Skopje and celebrations across the country marked the occasion. While independent for decades, integration into the West has been a winding road, as disputes with Greece saw the country relinquish its original name, Macedonia, for its current moniker. Another milestone was reached this year when Joe Biden became the first U.S. president to acknowledge that the Armenian genocide was, in fact, a genocide. In Armenia, and across the Armenian diaspora, the news was welcomed with a tepid response, not because of the 106 years of separation from the event, but because the declaration is, of course, merely a declaration. Many see the statement as a symbolic gesture designed to test the relationship with Turkey, who has yet to qualify the historic atrocity as a genocide. A move that may have large repercussions caught the eye of free speech advocates worldwide when Thailand's government banned the dissemination of news that, quote, causes public fear. The government framed the mandate as a move to limit the dangerous spread of disinformation, but critics see it differently. The ban, which allows the government to block individuals' internet access, conveniently materialized just as criticism with the government's slow rollout of vaccines hit fever pitch. For Peru's conservative right, there's been no escaping fear-inducing news in 2021, as a narrow election saw the swearing-in of socialist president Pedro Castillo. The rise of the rural teacher-turned-politician caught the world off guard and certainly didn't sit right with the country's established power brokers, who immediately contested the result and whose supporters harassed election officials. Only months in, Castillo's presidency is barely holding on, as his approval rating has plummeted and a possible move to impeach hangs in the balance. A world record also hung in the balance this year as spectators along an Antiguan harbor anxiously awaited the appearance of Jasmine Harrison's rowboat on the horizon. She and her boat eventually pulled into the waters of Antigua and Barbuda, the nation that marks the finish line of the Talisker Whiskey Atlantic Challenge, and Harrison became the youngest woman to row the Atlantic solo, a 70-day-long odyssey that saw her thrown overboard twice and her mettle tested constantly. Coming to the end of their own odyssey is the Scythian gold. This year, a Dutch court ruled that the trove of Crimean treasures dating back to the days of the Silk Road rightfully belonged to Ukraine. On display in 2014 when Russia annexed the peninsula, the fate of these cultural artifacts has been in limbo for years before this ruling. Russia has criticized the ruling, while Ukraine has labeled this another recognition of the world's condemnation over Russia's seizure of the peninsula. In St. Kitts and Nevis, the story's apiculture. Now, if you aren't a former GOB champion with an expansive vocabulary, you may not recognize the place nor the practice. All the same, the Crimean nation of 50,000 joined an international effort to help launch and support local beekeeping businesses. If properly executed, the initiative will create additional jobs, bring local honey and wax products to market, and help protect biodiversity by keeping pollinators, well, buzzing. West of where a bulk of bees is set to soon buzz, Mexican politicians and activists battled. After much debate, it was announced that Mexico's 150-year-old Columbus statue was to be replaced by a statue of an indigenous woman. A reasonable decision at surface level, and one that recognizes two oft-overlooked groups in Mexico, women and indigenous people. Some see the move as political posturing by Mayor Claudia Sheinbaum, one that wins her positive PR without actually helping the plight of indigenous Mexicans or women. From statues in metaphorical hot water to those physically under it, Granada announced the completion of a renovation to its underwater sculpture park. Repairs and cleaning of already existing sculptures were part of the project, but the most exciting bit was the new 82-piece installation celebrating Grenadian culture. Since its creation in 2006, the park has offered habitat for marine wildlife and served as an important tourist draw. The renovation aims to maintain that positive momentum. Though hard to imagine, things are getting more complicated in a country with 2 names and 3 presidents. Calling it a, quote, existential threat, one top American diplomat flew to Bosnia-Herzegovina to coax Bosnian Serb leader Milorad Dodik to lighten his separatist rhetoric that, if acted on, would potentially nosedive the nation and destabilize the region. The epicenter of ethnic violence in the mid-1990s that took painstaking negotiations to quell, a separatist move like the one Dodik threatens would set the region back decades. If nothing else good came of it, the pandemic offered zoo animals a well-earned rest. In Sri Lanka, where zoos closed in March of 2020 and have only briefly opened since, animals have taken the newfound peace and quiet to deepen relationships and spend a lot of time in bed. The result was a baby boom, as some species, the black swan and white peacock, mated in Sri Lankan zoos for the first time ever, while others such as lions have accelerated their output in lieu of nosy onlookers. Perhaps the world could have used a few more nosy onlookers in the Sea of Oman this year, as noted not friends Iran and the US offered wildly different accounts as to what really happened when Iran seized an oil tanker just off its coast. Iran officials claimed that the US had taken their tanker before their successful naval assault reclaimed the ship, while the US officials say that it was a Vietnamese tanker that Iran had seized. Regardless of who's telling the truth, this most recent rift offers a reminder of just how rocky the relationships between the two nations remain. Cuban officials wouldn't be fooled twice this year. After the largest protest in 30 years caught them off guard in July, the government made sure to stamp out the next protest before it even started. As news spread of a potential pro-democracy, freedom of expression demonstration, the state didn't let noted protesters leave their homes, arrested congregators, and released media claiming that protests were an attempt of regime change by the hands of the US. One European country has proved especially welcome to Afghan refugees, and it's one of the continent's poorest. Albania, bolstered by a country familiar with and receptive to immigrants, pledged to take in as many as 4,000 Afghans. The nearly 700 that made it to the coastal nation were put up in beachside resorts. Albania is likely just a year-long stop for refugees as they seek to secure visas to countries that offer more opportunity, but Albania has made it clear that they're more than welcome to stay should they want to. Michael B. Jordan understands firsthand the baggage that comes with a name. Perhaps that's why the actor was willing to change the name of his new rum brand, initially called Jouvert, once Trinidad and Tobagoans took offense to his trademarking the term that refers to the opening of their famed carnival. Labeling the act as cultural appropriation, thousands from Trinidad and Tobago signed an online petition to protect and respect a word that means so much to their culture. The coco de mer, a palm tree that produces the world's largest and subjectively the most inappropriate seed in the world, only exists in Seychelles. In fact, the tree only grows on 2 of the archipelago's 115 islands, while the rare seed, sold mostly to bemused tourists, fetches up to $260. Beloved by islanders, heavily regulated by the government, and yet still endangered, Seychelles is taking a new approach to conserving the tree by putting seeds in the hands of locals. Those interested in growing the tree on their property can apply for the honor and must prove they have enough room and the right soil for the palm to take off. Sending mail to the Chagos archipelago became a bit more difficult this year. Recognizing Mauritius's sovereignty over the chain of islands that's now one of Britain's last and most controversial colonial holdings, the UN's Postal Union decided it would no longer recognize postage stamps issued by the British Indian Overseas Territory of the UK. This move adds ever so slightly to the pressure on Britain to leave the chain and represents another baby step towards returning home for Chagosians forcibly relocated to Mauritius decades ago. Cristiano Ronaldo couldn't wait to get home after a controversial call in Serbia cost him and his country important World Cup qualifying points. However, throwing his captain's armband down in disgust as he exited the pitch unintentionally did a world of good for a 6-month-old Serbian boy with spinal muscular atrophy. Donated to a charity group who then auctioned off the armband, Ronaldo's frustration resulted in a $71,000 haul, money which went directly to the 6-month-old's treatment. In Kuwait, things aren't looking quite as dire for those nearing the other end of the age spectrum, as the country's legislature reversed a ban on employing expatriates over the age of 60. Struck down because it had no legal basis, the ruling serves as just a respite for the nation's expat population, who have been leaving by the thousands as the state continues to push for the development of its domestic workforce through its years-long Kuwaitization project. A more substantial legal ruling was recorded this year in Malaysia, as the country's highest court ruled that the Islamic provision that banned same-sex acts was unconstitutional. LGBTQ advocates have called the ruling historic, as the country experienced an uptick in homophobic sentiment in recent years. This ruling, though, does not legalize same-sex acts, as a civil law from Britain's colonial era banning those is still on the books. Costa Rica earned some well-deserved national attention when the country was named one of the 5 winners of the Earthshot Prize, a global sustainability effort spearheaded by Prince William and Kate Middleton. Financed largely by taxes on fossil fuels, Costa Rica has handed more than $500 million to landowners over the past 20 years to protect forests and watersheds. The effort has largely reversed deforestation in the country. While the prize money is nice, the international recognition serves as a proof of concept for other nations and a pat on the back for forward-thinking Costa Rica. Forward-thinking was the praise Georgia thought it might reap when the country broke ground on its, quote, hyper-modern parliament building a decade ago. Today, though, it sits empty, and its glass windows meant to signal government transparency gather dust. Done in by its distance from the capital and the new political regime's distaste for it, the building was abandoned in 2018, then put up for sale through May of 2021, when the government finally gave up on finding a buyer. As Georgia gave up on its governmental greenhouse, Oman announced their aim to build a massive green hydrogen plant. Oman's following the forward-thinking theme by working to smooth an impending economic transition, as 85% of the country's GDP is generated from oil and gas, resources which the country is quickly running out of. Powered by wind and solar, it's hoped that the $30 billion project will be producing and exporting renewable energy at full capacity by 2038. In the very same year that Barbados ended symbolic ties with the Queen of England and became a republic, the nation's most famous export, Rihanna, became a national hero. Well, technically the artist, entrepreneur, and proud Bajan has been a national icon in the country for more than a decade, but this year her legendary status became official when the new republic's prime minister designated her a national hero. Already an ambassador for the Caribbean country, and recently named the world's richest female musician, it seems that Rihanna's reign just won't let up, and Barbados is all the better for it. At the other end of the Caribbean, 3 Cubans survived 33 days on a barren Bahamian island before being rescued by the U.S. Coast Guard. After capsizing at sea, likely in an attempt to flee Cuba, the 3 washed up on one of the least hospitable Bahamas, surviving on coconut water, conch shells, and rats. After receiving brief medical attention in Florida, the resourceful survivors were handed over to U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. This isn't the first time the Bahamas have found itself as the meeting point between Cuban defectors and the U.S., as a similar rescue took place a few islands over not months before this one. The Bahamas have hardly been the focal point for dangerous American migrations, though. It's been a record-breaking year for Panama immigration officials, as a whopping 70,000 migrants from around the world have passed through the Darien Gap and into the country. Such incredible numbers making their way through the undeveloped, densely forested, and crime-riddled route with no formal roadways has pushed Panamanian and Colombian officials to begin regulating the number of entrants into the Darien Gap, potentially a first step in making the journey safer for the desperate migrants. International collaboration was the context that informed an embarrassing development in Bulgaria.
Led by the US Army, the NATO military exercise called Swift Response brought together 7,000 paratroopers from 10 member nations for some joint practice. Swift Response, though, quickly became seriously regrettable when American soldiers accidentally left the training zone and barged into and cleared out a Bulgarian sunflower oil factory. The factory has since filed a lawsuit, while the US Embassy, for its part, has apologized for the mistake. Netflix further expanded its reach when it greenlit the company's first feature-length film shot in Uruguay. The company's VP of Latin American content has hailed the project as an exciting opportunity to highlight the creative talent in the country. While it's unlikely that viewers will recognize names when the credits roll, the film, named Togo, will fit right in the current cinematic canon as the crime revolves around street-level drug trafficking and organized crime. Following the appearance of mysterious metallic monoliths across the American West and in Romania, a similar structure appeared in southwest Turkey. But this one came with a message in ancient Turkish. Quote, "Look at the sky and you will see the moon." Residents didn't have to wait long on an explanation as to the origins of the structure and its innocuous truism, though, as only days after its discovery, President Erdogan used the monolith as a background when he announced the country's new space program and 10-year vision, proving the monolith's function as an eye-rolling gimmick. Bucking tradition at the Tokyo Olympics, one sprinter, rather than running for her country, ran away from it. Accusing her coaches of negligence before being pulled from her event and pressured to return home to Belarus, Kristina Sayumskaya fled to the Polish embassy where she was granted a humanitarian visa. The incident exemplifies the mounting pressure on Belarusian public figures under the country's increasingly authoritarian government as she joins a growing list of athletes, coaches, and high-profile Belarusians that have faced job loss, arrest, or imprisonment when voicing discontent with the government in the past 2 years. State overreach is also the fear in Russia, as the Moscow Metro has implemented a new method of payment at over 240 stations called FacePay. As the program's name suggests, Moscow commuters can now leave their phone and wallet at home and simply smile for the camera to board the train. In a country where governmental transparency is hard to come by and facial recognition has been allegedly used to identify protesters, FacePay has human rights groups and dubious citizens concerned by the project's potential ulterior motives. In another former Soviet state, government officials made a statement as to where their current allegiances lie when they kicked out an outspoken US-Russian dual national. Receiving a letter notifying he was barred from entry into Kazakhstan, Gene Bunin, who founded a victims database to track the incarceration of Uyghurs in Western China, serves as an example as to how closely Kazakhstan has come to align itself with China, not only turning a blind eye to what the US and UN have come to define as genocide, but now seemingly helping to quiet dissent within its own borders. While some bonds are strengthening in Central Asia, others in the Pacific are beginning to crumble. The result of a vote on the new Secretary General for the Pacific Islands Forum was the last straw for the tiny Micronesian country of Palau, who announced they'd be leaving the organization. The coalition long had an informal tradition of rotating its Secretary General position between Micronesian, Polynesian, and Melanesian politicians, but the election of a Cook Islands politician was a break from convention that left Micronesian nations like Palau and other small island states that would follow their lead feeling slighted and voiceless in the organization's proceedings. Trophy hunting of large carnivores is banned in Romania, but that didn't stop Prince Emanuel von Unser-Liechtenstein of Austria from shooting the country's and potentially the European Union's single largest brown bear. While the prince had authorization from the Romanian government to hunt a female nuisance bear causing problems for a small farm town, he managed to bag the massive 17-year-old Arthur. Whether by accident or intentionally is under investigation. In another mountainous Eastern European country, construction crews put the finishing touches on a state-of-the-art highway that cuts through rugged Montenegro. Rather than celebrating, though, residents are beginning to ask questions about the road's $1 billion price tag. The road only connects a few small communities, including the town and its terminus, Matasevo, home to a population of 15. An early Belt and Road project built by Chinese crews, Montenegro's finances are now seriously strained by the road that really doesn't serve much of a purpose. The people of Brunei are hoping for more sage decision-making from the new CEO of the nation's largest financial institution, Bank Islam Brunei Darussalam. Hij Nouriani will be the first female CEO of the bank that manages $10 billion of assets and has expanded across Southeast Asia and into the Middle East in recent years. After naming 3 women to top positions in 2019, the move follows an empowering trend at the bank in the traditionally conservative country. In Argentina, a 30-year-old confirmed an age-old maxim. If it's too good to be true, it usually is. Searching for an explanation for a momentary Google outage, Nicholas Corona found that the domain google.com.ar had expired and that he could buy it for a modest $2.60. The Argentine quickly scooped up the domain that, if everything broke his way, could be worth millions.
The domain didn't prove a golden ticket, though, but a mistake as Google's ownership hadn't lapsed, but in the end, Corona came out of the situation a few dollars lighter. In a country that's been in the headlines for all the wrong reasons in the past few years, has emerged a more positive story. Rolls-Royce and Qatar announced a multi-year, multi-billion-dollar partnership aimed to foster green technology companies. The partnership will build 2 campuses, one in each country, create an estimated 1,000 jobs, and hopefully provide the resources and facilities for sustainability-oriented startups to take off. Prosec and Prosecco are 2 different types of wine with 2 different names. Just how different the names are, though, has Croatia and Italy at loggerheads. Croatia has sought to trademark the name of their Prosec with the European Commission under the assumption that consumers would be able to differentiate it from Italian Prosecco. Italian wine aficionados think differently and are fighting the move on account of potential confusion. Italians also see the effort as an attack on Italian products more broadly, as Prosecco is a denomination of controlled origin, a wine that only comes from a specific region. The world's largest mammal, the blue whale, only feeds in a few specific regions, one of which is off the coast of Chilean Patagonia. Unfortunately for the endangered species, the water is also teeming with fishing vessels working the busy salmon farming industry, with up to 1,000 boats a day passing through the feeding grounds. This traffic has led to a handful of fatal collisions between boat and blue whale. With the regional population estimated to be only in the hundreds, conservationists are scrambling to figure out a compromise that gives the whales a bit more room. Bahrain is keen on finding a bit more room, too. So keen, in fact, that the archipelago nation announced plans to expand its landmass by 60%. The Island Building Initiative will enlarge Bahrain's footprint, construct 5 new cities, and, the government hopes, attract billions in foreign investment. The project is set to build out tourist attractions, a sports city, and a commercial zone. From sports cities to sports washing, it was a big year for professional athletics in Saudi Arabia. After its high-profile, highly controversial takeover of Newcastle United, the country also announced a partnership between Golf Saudi and the Asian Tour that'll keep a Saudi stomp on Asia's preeminent golf circuit and provide prize funding for a decade to come. While a quieter development than the Newcastle deal, many denounced the move as another attempt to move conversation and attention away from the country's human rights record with glitz and games. Issues with human rights records will be impossible to miss if the Chinese Fudan University is to follow through with building a campus in Budapest, Hungary. Many of the city's population oppose the project, and the city's mayor has called it an instance of, quote, Chinese influence buying. Residents are becoming increasingly creative in their pushback, recently renaming nearby streets Uyghur Martyrs, Dalai Lama, and Free Hong Kong Road. One car skipped the streets entirely on its way from the Nitra airports in Slovakia to that in Bratislava. Instead, the prototype flew the 35-minute route. For Kleinvision's air car, it was the 142nd landing, but an important first too, as the car successfully transitioned into normal car mode in just minutes. While behind on the timeline that science fiction authors envisioned, flying cars are slowly coming around, with Klein, Hyundai, and GM leading the way. Portugal's parliament pushed into the future of labor when it passed progressive measures to protect its increasingly online workforce. In response to the shift to working from home, new laws bar employers from contacting employees during off hours, allow parents of children under 8 to work from home without boss's approval, and require employers to pitch in on employees' electricity costs. The move comes in response to the pandemic, but also as an effort to protect Portugal's reputation as an attractive place for digital nomads to set up shop. A finding in the remains of a different sort of nomad in Latvia cast doubt on previous theories as to the dramatic decline of Stone Age peoples across Western Europe 5,000 years ago. DNA analysis of a hunter-gatherer showed the man died of the plague, making him the earliest victim of what was thought to have caused the mysterious population decline. Analysis, however, also showed that the strain he carried didn't spread easily and caused milder symptoms than iterations that would follow. Now, rather than plague, scientists are looking at climate change as a catalyst. Successful Spanish YouTubers are making like wealthy bankers and professional athletes before them and running to the hills of Andorra. One Spanish creator called Andorra the, quote, Silicon Valley of YouTube, as the country has quickly developed into a creative meeting place, luring in the like-minded with light taxes, relative anonymity, and less stringent lockdown policies. The move has been a boon for Andorra's sputtering economy and a real loss for Spain's, where local media has gone so far as to call Spanish YouTubers relocating unpatriotic. A sputtering economy, many feel, would be the result should Poland pivot away from coal.
Currently, 70% of the country's energy comes from the non-renewable superpolluter, and coal companies and miner unions hold serious political power. But Poland's appetite and the massive strip mine on its border are running Czech wells dry, or at least so the Czech Republic accuses. Citing European environmental laws, the Czech Republic has sued Poland, setting off a wave of conspiracy theories across coal country. Conspiratorial might seem like a good way to describe Lithuania's defense ministry calling for citizens to throw their Chinese-made cell phones away. The request, though, comes after the nation's cybersecurity center found the Xiaomi Corp, a Chinese phone maker, have sensor technology built into devices that track 449 terms, including the likes of Free Tibet and democracy movement. The finding comes as relationships between China and Lithuania sour over Taiwan. One internationally recognized state, one defiant self-identifying state, 2 UK military bases, and 1 UN buffer zone to keep the peace hint at Cyprus's geopolitical complexity. Things didn't get any simpler in 2021 when Turkish President Erdogan announced that in celebration of the 47th anniversary of Turkey invading the island, the country planned to resettle an abandoned and formerly Greek Cypriot tourist town. Celebrating an invasion with a different sort of invasion has received poor marks from the US, the UN, and Greek Cypriots. While heated geopolitical relations and politicians' hot air pose a threat in the Mediterranean, so too does literal heat. Greece, particularly vulnerable to climate change generally, and especially heat waves, has decided to begin to name the extreme bouts of heat. Categorizing heat waves is tricky, but any standardization will allow the country to better systematically respond to temperature upticks and communicate the danger. 2021 marked the end of the Free Latifa campaign, as the movement hatched 3 years ago finally saw its vision come to fruition. Princess Latifa was captured by her father, Dubai's Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, while trying to express a little self-determination and leave the United Arab Emirates. She had hardly been seen the past 3 years, but it seems her confinement came to an abrupt end as an Instagram photo showed the princess traveling in Iceland, and a verifiable statement quoted her saying she could now, quote, travel where I want. Italian motorcyclists and golfers can now, within reason, travel where they want to, and do so in style. The historic Italian car company, ISO, is relaunching with a young backer from the famed lineage leading the way. Catching the company up with the present and charging it into the future, Ferruccio Lamborghini and team are launching a motorcycle and golf cart that are modern, stylish, and sustainable. Both vehicles are completely electric. A scarecrow of the seas may help to save lives of thousands of seabirds each year, thanks to researchers in Estonia who helped develop a buoy with googly eyes. The device floats above small-scale fishing operation gill nets, which can be lethal to diving seabirds and deters them from coming near. In fact, scientists found it reduced the congregating birds by about a quarter, who are turned off by eye contact and erratic buoy behavior. Another sort of deterrent is the addition of Malta to an international grey list kept by Financial Action Task Force, a watchdog organization meant to monitor money laundering and terrorism funding. In recent years, the island nation's low tax rate for foreign companies has attracted substantial banking and investment, but that also makes it ripe for abuse. It's the first European Union nation to be listed and could potentially affect the upward trajectory of Malta as wealthy investors look to alternate locations given its now tenuous nature. One of Europe's wealthiest people and the Czech Republic's richest man, Peter Kellner, was tragically killed in a helicopter crash while heli-skiing in Alaska, along with 4 additional passengers. Kellner was estimated to be worth $17.5 billion, and his death follows a string of recent fatal high-profile helicopter accidents, including Kobe Bryant and French billionaire Olivier Dassault. On the coast, France and the United Kingdom finally settled some post-Brexit bickering over fishing. France wanted the British government to issue a number of fishing licenses to small French boats so they could continue harvesting in British waters, and the Brits stalled, citing a number of technicalities from the French side. The issue simmered to a threat of trade sanctions level, but cooler heads prevailed, an agreement was met, and 83 fishing licenses were assigned before it reached a boiling point. Another agreement was reached in Spain, but this one pertains to many people's go-to source for the day's headlines: Google News. Banned from the country for 6 years because Spain required Google to pay a central fee to media organizations for use of their stories, the new law now allows Google parent company Alphabet to negotiate directly with publishers for content. Now, more than 1,000 Spanish media organizations can be sourced for news from a single smartphone. Speaking of smartphones, it may have gone unnoticed in your Apple happy world, but South Korean manufacturer LG announced its departure from the phone market. Once ranked only behind Apple and Samsung for smartphone manufacturing, the company's had a series of bad reviews and technical rollouts, prompted it to shift its focus to other areas, such as connected devices for home, robotics, and artificial intelligence. LG joins Ericsson and HTC in the cell phone graveyard. Smart is also the way to describe Amazon's accountants. The company had a record-breaking 2020 in Europe, hauling in some $50 billion, but it managed to pay zero in corporate taxes to Luxembourg, home to its European headquarters. Of course, it's all legal, but when a company not only doesn't pay anything, but also declares losses which result in tax credits to the tune of $63 million, there was some definite eye-rolling and belt-tightening from policymakers looking to benefit from the boom. The government in Slovenia is running an alleged crusade against culture, with Prime Minister Janez Janša replacing the heads of several arts organizations in what some are calling a shift to more conservative approaches. Janša, who had served twice in the role prior to being ousted for corruption, named new leaders for the National Museum, the Museum of Contemporary History, and Moderna Galleria, and he continues to terminate leases from arts organizations that rent space from the government. He denies that it's an orchestrated movement, but for many, it's hard to paint over the facts. Low government limitations have led to a hot streak of gambling development in Liechtenstein, one of the world's smallest countries, now home to 5 casinos. That may sound like a so-so number, but it puts it per capita above Monaco, Macau, and Las Vegas's Clark County. One reason? The gambling tax rate is lower than in neighboring countries, and the government there hasn't set caps on the number of casinos that can be built. 5 more are in the pipeline, which means the foreign investors largely responsible for them are betting big on the future. Tensions are rising between Japan and the tandem of China and Russia. While they've been escalating for years because of Beijing's increased presence on islands controlled by Japan but claimed by Russia, they hit a new high when a 10-ship Chinese-Russian flotilla circumnavigated Japan's main island this summer. China and Russia say it was merely a diplomatic exercise, but Japan is worried a threatening presence means it will need to increase defense spending and be more on guard. Spying seems to be a trend, but the United States told Israel they don't want to play that game. Israeli spyware maker NSO Group was placed on an American blacklist after it was reasonably confirmed that the NSO signature product, Pegasus, was used by foreign governments against dissidents, journalists, diplomats, and clergy members. The blacklisting means, among other things, that NSO won't be able to buy components from US companies for its products, something Apple is ensuring after suing the group this year as well. Austrian tourism officials want to encourage viewing of the country's nude sculptures and paintings that pepper museums, but social media platforms' censorship policies have made their promotion difficult. So, Vienna did what anyone trying to get around the no private parts policy would do. They opened an account on the adults-only app, OnlyFans. Many of the works are critical to national cultural history, and now they're free to promote the exhibitions without that fuzzy bar. 2021 wasn't all spying, censorship, and general contention. There were positive developments too. United States-based Dictionary.com named allyship its word of the year. Officially added to Dictionary.com in 2021, allyship rose in popularity during the Black Lives Matter movements across the world, but its definition makes clear that its applications are even farther reaching. One says, quote, the role of a person who advocates for inclusion of a marginalized or politicized group in solidarity but not as a member. More word searches means there's certainly more of this going on. This is a story about the good guy winning, but this time it's a lobster. A Canadian grocer noticed that no one was purchasing a certain carrot-colored crustacean, and on top of that, it was being picked on by other lobsters in the tank. After several weeks, he bought the lobster himself and donated it to the Toronto Aquarium, where it was discovered his strange hue was a 1 in 30 million genetic mutation. Pinchy, the lobster, avoided the plates and now has a more permanent, public home. In an effort to speed up the development of more home building in New Zealand, to combat the 30% increase in housing cost and shortage of inventory, officials are cutting red tape and making it easier for developers to address a housing crisis so dire that it's drawn international attention. Specifically, they're changing some density regulations, allowing for up to 3 homes of 3 stories on one site versus 1 home of 2 stories, a move that some predict will erect 48,000 to 106,000 new homes in the next 5 to 8 years. Expansion is something that a Belgian farmer accidentally did when he moved a several hundred-pound stone 7 feet into France. The historic markers delineate the borders between the 2 countries, and a team of Frenchmen who patrol the remote countryside verifying the positions noticed the errant stone. Luckily, the farmer wasn't charged with violating the international treaty that certifies the border, a crime that could have resulted in a territorial war instead of a slap on the wrist. To the north, the United Kingdom is rapidly trying to make up for centuries of contributing to climate change. To that end, it launched the world's most powerful tidal turbine off the port of Dundee, creating enough electricity for 2,000 homes, and Rolls-Royce announced the development of 16 smaller, cheaper nuclear power plants to electrify 1 million homes. Britain is already one of the largest wind energy producers in the world. Not bad for the country that started the Industrial Revolution. Have you ever heard of Grab or a SPAC? In this story, we have both. Grab is a Singapore-based super app that offers everything from ride-sharing to banking in one tap.
SPAC is a special purpose acquisition company, an investment strategy in which a larger company merges with a publicly traded shell company in order to expedite going public. Grab signed a $39.5 billion merger deal with a US SPAC, which brought the company public on the Nasdaq Stock Exchange on December 2nd. That makes it the largest ever deal of its kind, and means we should pay attention to both SPACs and Grab ASAP. Finland has a lot going for it, including being named the happiest country in the world for the 4th consecutive year. But one thing it can't nail is labor retention, and in fact, one study shows a major reason foreign students leave Helsinki within their first year of graduating is the language barrier. These difficulties prompted the mayor to suggest transitioning the capital city to speaking English primarily. That may help employment, but TBD on happiness. We've talked a lot about ways to create green energy. Another way to fight climate change is by consuming less meat, and Denmark is leading the European Union in this effort by giving $90 million to farmers who produce plant-based foods over the next 5 years. The country eats a lot of pork, but the sale of plant-based foods there has increased by $8 million in 2 years. Pigs might not fly, and they might not be the only thing on the menu anymore, either. Just to the southwest, officials in the Netherlands unveiled a plan to reduce the country's livestock by 1/3 over the next 13 years. But it's for a different reason. There's too much poop. The country has over 1 million cattle, chickens, and pigs, the highest density in Europe, and can't quite contain their waste without polluting important waterways. Farmers naturally are pushing back, even though the multi-billion-dollar plan intends to pay them to essentially exit the industry. Maybe they can jump on Denmark's plant-based paddy wagon. Also planning for the future is the 2032 Olympic Committee, and specifically, Australia. It was announced that Brisbane will be the host of the Summer Games in 10 years, and what's notable about this selection isn't the place, but the process. Instead of expensive, competitive, and often corrupt bidding wars pitting cities against one another, bids are now submitted and then reviewed behind closed doors by selection committees. In this case, the best mate won. In Sweden, Magdalena Andersson won, but wasn't too happy with her first day on the job. So the Swedish Prime Minister resigned just 12 hours in because the Junior Green Party also quit, throwing her coalition into chaos. She indicated she'd lead a Social Democrat single party and was re-elected a week later, becoming the first female Prime Minister of Sweden, for a second time. The second time was not as successful for a criminal in Germany, whose first crime involved a burglary in 2012. He got away with that one and a bite of sausage, which left behind some DNA evidence that the police held onto. Fast forward to today when he committed a more violent crime, and the genetic residue linked him to the decade-old heist through an international information sharing library. However, the statute of limitations expired, and he's gone free, proving there's no bite out of crime this time. So we're 5 from the end, and the truth is, a lot of headlines you missed are about the ways these recent, more developed countries are adapting and attacking climate change. Iceland started operating the world's first direct air capture technology, which turns CO2 into rock. But perhaps more quirky is that the country also performed the world's first double arm and shoulder transplant to replace the limbs a man lost in a work accident more than 2 decades prior. Progress on the micro and macro level is something to high-five about. Now, a quick disclaimer before this next story. The UN lists 189 HDI scores, and while a vast majority of those scores correlate to countries, the UN makes sure to acknowledge their list is a compilation of, quote, 189 countries and UN-recognized territories. We've now arrived at the only territory on their list, and while technically not a country, we figured the more news the better, so we've gone ahead and included the Chinese territory of Hong Kong. Disney Plus finally launched in Hong Kong in 2021, and while much of the streaming service's content provides a needed escape from the chaos and confusion that's embroiled the Chinese territory in the past few years, one omission from The Simpsons catalog hints at just how inescapable the tension has become. Noticeably absent was episode 12 of season 16 that has the Simpson family visiting China, and specifically Tiananmen Square, and while minor for plot purposes, its disappearance signals the increasing reach of government censorship in the traditionally independent city. The Swiss are notoriously on time, but they were late to join the same-sex marriage party. The country finally approved a Marriage for All initiative, with 2/3 voting in favor, becoming one of the last Western European countries to do so. Switzerland, known for neutrality, is slow on inclusivity issues and didn't allow women the right to vote until 1971. So this, though sluggish in adoption, is a cultural win. It also took a while for Irish authorities to come down on enforcing the European Union's 3-year-old General Data Protection Regulation, which is a comprehensive data privacy law. But they served Meta's WhatsApp with a $270 million fine for not being transparent on how it uses people's data across the company's platforms. Many tech companies' headquarters are based in Ireland, where corporate tax rates are low, so there may be more cases like this, which of course is being contested by WhatsApp, to come. And finally, it feels appropriate to end on a note that reminds us about the scale of humanity. In Norway, a large meteor lit up the summer night sky for 5 to 6 seconds before, in all likelihood, crashing into a densely wooded area about 40 miles or 60 kilometers west of the country's capital. Some people reported a strong wind created by the pressure from it, and while it may take years to find its physical remains, the blazing meteor, for a fleeting moment, captured the attention of thousands of onlookers, a rare instance of singularity in an ever-individual world. Of course, the news doesn't stop with Norway, nor does it end with the end of the year. But you don't have to wait for us to highlight interesting stories that may have fallen through the cracks. Sign up for Morning Brew for free today, and they'll deliver these stories straight to your inbox each and every morning. If you're interested in business, tech, or finance, or you're simply trying to clean up a morning routine that has you endlessly scrolling through social media, then Morning Brew and its informative, quick, witty newsletters are for you. It's certainly for me, too. Look no further than my story from Portugal. All the information I needed to outline Portugal's unique work-from-home legislation was available in a quick 3-minute read put together by Morning Brew. Of course, Morning Brew doesn't just provide fodder for YouTube or content. It keeps me informed on the everyday going-ons, from the main points on Biden's most recent statement on the pandemic to important statistics on America's current birth rate and its future impact on the economy. The newsletter is completely free, it takes less than 15 seconds to subscribe, and you can stay on top of the news by clicking the button on screen or following the link in the description below. In 2020, one singularity dominated the news. There was one story that filled almost every front page of every paper on every day. If I asked you what was the biggest story from 2019 or 2018 or 17 or almost any other year was, there'd be some debate. But not in 2020. I don't even have to tell you what I'm talking about. You already know. But just because the front pages were clogged up, that's not to say page 2, 3, or 4 were. While we may have stood still, the world kept spinning and news kept happening. Some of it was heavy, some was sad, some was bizarre, and some momentous. But what binds these stories together is that you likely didn't hear about them. By no fault of your own, it was difficult to follow what was happening in the world because the only thing you could hear was that one singular story. The year's not over yet though, at least as I'm saying this, and so there's still a chance to catch up on the news you missed in 2020 from every country in the world. Here's how this'll work. We order the countries by population from largest to smallest according to 2019's statistics. There are 195 of them, 193 countries recognized by the United Nations, plus 2 UN observer states, Palestine and the Vatican City. This list was chosen because it is the most definitive list. It's the list most commonly used as a list of all countries, so some of its entries might include nations that you or your government do not consider as countries, or omit ones that you or your government do recognize. At the end of the day, we had to pick a list, and if any is the list of countries, it's this one. Oh, and one more rule. The C word, as in the word that describes that one singular story of 2020, you're not going to hear it once. We start in China, the most populated country in the world, which continues to expand its global presence, and in this case, its space presence too. It became the second country in the world to plant a national flag on the moon 50 years after the United States did. China is trying to catch up with American and Russian planetary endeavors, and in recent years has poured millions into its military-run space program with the hopes of sending humans to the moon. Another country with a burgeoning space program is India, where Amazon recently completed its largest office building in the world. The 1.8 million square foot behemoth was erected in Hyderabad, a city of 10 million that's grown into a sizable technology and financial hub. India, as the world's second most populous country, is the fastest growing internet market, and Amazon joins other major tech multinationals which have opened offices there, though none with a campus that spans 65 football fields. A United States man that was facing sentencing for 2 vehicle theft charges might be looking at a lot more time now that he was caught faking his death. His attorney submitted a fraudulent death certificate, and it might have passed had there not been typos, like the misspelling of registry. Stay in school, kids. In Indonesia, a stimulus bill aimed at restarting Southeast Asia's largest economy was met with months of protests because citizens said it slashed workers' rights and environmental regulations. But President Joko Widodo signed the bill into law anyway, saying it will bring over 1 million jobs to the struggling economy, which until this year had been on an upward trajectory. Opponents, though, argue it weakens rules that already don't do enough to protect the country's natural resources and workers. rice is a serious business in southern Asia, and it's a profitable one too. That's why Pakistan is vehemently fighting India over the long grain, basmati to be specific. This year, India applied to the European Union for a designation that recognizes basmati rice as an exclusive export of the country, even though 1/3 of EU imports on the product come from Pakistan. In recent years, Pakistan's basmati rice exports to the EU have doubled, while India's are shrinking, which makes the designation, if granted, potentially more devastating and further increases tensions between these two neighbors. Between rainforest fires and a negligent president, the news streaming out of Brazil has been heavy. But a new discovery about the mating habits of the Theropa talfura frog lightened the feed. Frogs are either typically monogamous or not, meaning they get around. This species, however, prefers harem style, one male to 2 or more specific females, which is much more common in mammals throughout the animal kingdom, but not seen before in amphibians. Dubbed group fidelity, finding this behavior in another set of 4-legged animals checks another box in the evolutionary list. One particular virus has dominated the news cycle this year, but in Nigeria, they're dealing with an entirely different one, too: the yellow fever. The disease, which is spread by mosquitoes, had basically been eradicated for 20 years until 2017, when it crept back into the country because of climate change and lower vaccination rates. Now, it's spiking. In the latter half of 2020, 75 people have already died, and health officials worry that number will increase as people are still hesitant to get vaccinated. India is being beat in another metric as well, and it's an important one. Bangladesh most likely surpassed India in gross domestic product this year, according to International Monetary Fund estimates. Why does that matter? Well, India is the world's 6th largest economy, and its 10% GDP contraction is a concerning indicator for the world economy. Thanks to increased agricultural production and a focus on developing its low-wage labor workforce, Bangladesh, on the other hand, was able to expand its GDP by 4% this year. Another country that's known to be slightly competitive is Russia. And that's a problem, since they were banned from the biggest global sporting competition of 2020 because of doping. That would be the Summer Olympics in Tokyo. Of course, the event was postponed until 2021 anyway, but new investigations reveal that Russia was planning to cyber-attack the games, which is something they've done before when they attempted to wreak havoc on the Winter Olympics in South Korea by dismantling ticketing and Wi-Fi for the opening ceremony, as well as targeting individual broadcasters, sponsors, and athletes. Before flights were ground to a halt in the spring, one health insurer in Utah was taking advantage of Mexico's inexpensive pharmaceutical prices and actually flying public employees from the United States to south of the border so they could buy drugs at a fraction of American prices. They also got the benefit of those in-flight snack peanuts and a free soda. It's already saved the company $250,000, and now other states are eyeing the move and may mimic it once flight schedules resume to normal levels, meaning Mexico is bound to see an even greater boost to its already burgeoning pharmaceutical tourism industry. Fugaku is not just fun to say, it's also the name of the world's speediest computer, which was built this year in Japan. The room-sized computer took first place in a speed-ranking competition between supercomputers, carrying out 2.8 times more calculations than the second-place IBM machine built in the United States. This is notable for the Japanese, who have remained less competitive in the supercomputer realm, often following the leads of the US and China. The systems are used for complex military and scientific tasks, including breaking code and modeling climate change, and, of course, winning competitions. Africa is getting its own Great Wall, a green one. The ambitious reforestation project is supposed to stretch 4,350 miles or 7,000 kilometers from Djibouti to Senegal with an aimed completion date of 2030. Ethiopia is on track to meet its goal, having already planted 5.5 billion seedlings. But its neighbors are slow to start, and the project is only 4% complete at the halfway mark, mostly due to financial struggles. It turns out it takes a lot of green to make a green wall, and so it's proving difficult for some of the world's poorest countries to take this project to completion. Money problems are also the reason that the Philippines' largest news network cited when it shuttered dozens of its regional stations around the country, but the audience isn't buying this excuse. Instead, they're wondering if it has more to do with President Rodrigo Duterte's criticism of the network's coverage of his anti-drug platform. Either way, the loss will be felt by millions of rural residents who rely on the network as a lifeline for critical information. Wealthy residents of Egypt are getting their 15 minutes of fame just 2,500 years too late. More than 100 ornately painted wooden coffins were unearthed by archaeologists near Saqqara, 20 miles or 30 kilometers south of Cairo. This area is a large burial ground and is home to more than a dozen sites with similar tombs. This discovery, however, is one of the most exciting in recent years and comes at a time when the country continues to try to draw tourists back after a sharp decline resulting from the Arab Spring in the early 2010s. Tourism isn't a problem in Vietnam, where 18 million people visit per year, and that should mean liquor sales aren't either. But a new zero-tolerance drunk driving law that went into effect this year has taken the fizz out of one of the world's faster-growing beer markets. Since implementation, beer sales have dropped 25% in the country, and violators face a fine of up to $345, which is double what the average Vietnamese makes in a month. Even those who think riding a bike is a safe alternative will be shocked with a $25 fine for drunk pedaling. In other 2020 epidemic news, the World Health Organization declared that an Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of the Congo was officially over after 2 years and 2,280 deaths. It was the country's 10th outbreak of the disease, but its second most deadly, stemming from people's mistrust of the government and feuding between officials. That doesn't mean the country is in the clear, though, as it's now dealing with the world's largest measles epidemic and, of course, the global pandemic. Germans are taking a stand, and, well, technically a sit, in Dannenröder Forest south of Frankfurt, where they've been camped out to oppose the government's construction of a highway that will route through the wildlands and cut down 67 acres or 27 hectares of 250-year-old trees. These activists are calling the government hypocritical for cutting down cherished trees when it should focus on public transportation infrastructure, and both sides expect standoffs for months to come. Also bad news for trees are the more than 9 million that have died in Turkey. Last year, as part of National Forestation Day, volunteers across the country planted 11 million trees across more than 2,000 sites, including 303,150 saplings planted in Korum, which broke the world record for most trees planted in a single location. Now, officials are reporting that up to 90% of these have died because they either weren't planted properly or lacked enough rainfall to grow. In neighboring Iran, a woman was filmed riding a bike without a hijab near a major mosque in Nayefabad. Why is this news? Well, in Iran, it's been against Islamic law since 1979 for women to be seen in public without a covering for their head and hair, and this is largely obeyed. Though women have started to push the limits in larger cities like Tehran, it's still widely criticized and, in this case, punishable. The woman was arrested for this display, which was widely shared on social media. Another arrestable offense, this time in Thailand, is writing a bad online review. Yes, you heard that correctly. An American living in the Southeast Asian country wasn't happy with being charged a $15 corkage fee at a beach resort in Koh Chang, so he did what any thumb-happy traveler would do and wrote a negative TripAdvisor review. The hotel was equally displeased and had him arrested on defamation charges, which are notably harsh in a country that attempts to stifle some free speech. He therefore spent a weekend in jail. In more turbulent waters, construction started on what will soon be the world's largest offshore wind farm. When completed, the Dogger Wind Farm in the North Sea off the eastern coast of the United Kingdom will provide enough energy to power 4.5 million homes every year, or 5% of England's total energy demand. The enormous energy production capability is made possible by their use of one of the world's largest wind turbines, the Haliade X, which stands 853 feet or 260 meters tall and has 351 foot or 107 meter blades. Requiring much less power than that, though, is the Ami, a mini car released in France that can be driven without a license by anyone over 14. Manufactured by Citroën, the all-electric Ami is what's officially dubbed a light quadricycle. The four-wheel cube can travel 28 miles per hour or 45 kilometers per hour with a range of 46 miles or 75 kilometers, and it's got a mini price too, ringing in at just over $7,000. Another European product is making headlines, but this time, it's for the lack of it. The world's second largest producer of olive oil, Italy, has been plagued by bad weather and a deadly bacteria, cutting production by more than a quarter this year. The Xylella bacteria, also called leprosy, has hit the olive trees in the Puglia region particularly hard, and those effects will be felt globally, especially in the United States, which purchases 1/3 of Italy's oil. At the southern end of the world, a 116-year-old man died in South Africa. He was, however, the oldest man in the world at the time of his passing, at least unofficially, having lived through the Spanish flu, which took the lives of his entire family. He credited his long life to, quote, God's grace, but it may have been health and strength too. A couple weeks before he died of natural causes, his family said he was chopping wood with a 4-pound hammer. Up the African coast, the 2 largest tanzanite gemstones ever unearthed were pulled out of the only country in which they're found, Tanzania. The 2 dark violet-blue minerals, each about 11 inches or 30 centimeters long and 4 inches or 10 centimeters thick, rang in roughly $3.35 million for the mining boss who runs the 200-person operation in the country's northern region. He did what anybody who struck the motherlode would do, promised to build a school and shopping mall, but first threw a neighborhood party. Multiple drug raids in the hills of Myanmar revealed a complex and burgeoning synthetic drug market that's speculated to be fueling global demand for opioids like methamphetamine and fentanyl. The seizures were the largest finds in Southeast Asian history and represent a transition away from China, which had previously been supplying many of the chemicals for synthetics but cracked down under worldwide pressure. In Kenya, the score is 1 for the fig tree, 0 for developers. A 4-story tree in the country's capital of Nairobi was set to be cut down to make way for an expressway, but environmentalists put up a fight, and they won. Not only will the tree be preserved in its spot, but it's now been elevated to legend status, gaining notoriety both as an environmental symbol and as a call to action to protect even more green space in a city that's constantly seeing parks and nature eliminated. In grimmer news, the mayor of Seoul, the capital of South Korea, was found dead in a park this summer. He was a potential presidential candidate and the second most powerful person in the country, so the passing sent unrest through the nation. Several days before his death, a former secretary accused him of sexual harassment, especially shocking since he was a champion of women's rights in a male-dominated country, so his death is being treated as a suicide. A less grim story comes from another mayor on the other side of the world in Bogota, Colombia, who recently became the first openly lesbian mayor ever for the capital city in January. This was a historic moment for the conservative Catholic country and Latin America in general. Claudia Lopez married her partner in 2019 and is recognized for being a progressive beacon in a region that's slow to progress LGBTQ rights. Yachting in the Iberian Sea was a little more raucous than usual this fall after a string of orca incidents were reported in Spain in which killer whales were targeting boat rudders and causing damage to more than a dozen vessels. The increasingly aggressive interactions initially puzzled researchers, but they now believe the trio of orcas, which accounted for almost 2/3 of the 24 reports, were previously injured by a boat and perhaps reacting defensively to yachts because of those traumatic incidents. Another boating story brings us to Argentina, where a determined sailor finally docked on land after completing an 85-day journey across the Atlantic Ocean. The Portuguese resident set sail in mid-March after lockdown restrictions kept him from traveling to see his 90-year-old father. He would not be deterred by the lack of flights and decided to voyage by sea in his 29-foot boat, accompanied by rice, canned tuna, and fruit. Uganda is home to 50% of the world's mountain gorillas, so when one of the country's most famous, Rafiki, was killed by a poacher, the government took a harder stance than it had previously. Officials chose to jail the killer for 6 years. This landmark ruling sends a message to future poachers that animal killings won't be tolerated and is a win for wildlife groups which have been calling for more restrictive measures for many years. In terms of on-brand news for 2020, wildfires coming within 1 mile of Chernobyl in Ukraine has to be near the top of the list. An 18-mile exclusion zone was set up after the nuclear disaster there in the 80s, and this wildfire spread into that area, causing officials to worry that not only would radioactive material be dispersed into the air, but that it might threaten existing structures and a disposal site. More than 300 firefighters were able to control the burn, preventing this lesser-known story from becoming a major headline. When a migrant rescue boat came across a backpack floating in the Mediterranean Sea, officials had assumed its owners had perished in crossing from Algeria to Italy, as is often the case with many found personal objects floating in this part of the world. But this time, there was a happy ending. An NGO in Italy was able to track down the owners of the personal items, who were migrants that survived a shipwreck, and return the contents to them, which included their inscribed wedding rings. Sudan is taking baby steps towards democracy after 3 decades of oppressive laws that were primarily targeted towards women. Of highest priority is banning female genital mutilation, a typically religious practice that affects almost 90% of Sudanese women. The new transitional government is also loosening wardrobe restrictions for women and saying okay to alcohol consumption, at least for non-Muslims in the country. The 3,600-year-old Gilgamesh Dream Tablet is being returned to its rightful home in what is now Iraq, where it originated, after a curious and illegal journey that brought it to the Museum of the Bible in Washington, D.C., which was co-founded by none other than tablet king and crafts retail giant Hobby Lobby. The rare cuneiform tablet features one of the oldest works of literature in the world, the Epic of Gilgamesh, and was purchased by Hobby Lobby at auction for $1.6 million in 2014. This isn't the first time Hobby Lobby has had problems with the provenance of its acquisitions, as it previously had to forfeit 5,500 artifacts and pay a $3 million fine. National identity cards in Afghanistan include a person's name, date of birth, and now both of their parents' names, which sounds pretty normal, but previously, just the father's name was listed because using a women's in public was traditionally frowned upon and even considered an insult. It's a restriction that goes so far that much of Afghanistan does not list females' names on their gravestones. This step in updating ID cards is seen as a small victory for women's rights in the overwhelmingly conservative country. When a herd of elephants at Poland's Warsaw Zoo became sad after losing their matriarch, which lead a given herd, veterinarians turned to Colorado's favorite stress reliever: medical marijuana. The 3 African elephants are given doses of liquid cannabis through their trunks, and researchers will study hormone levels in their blood over the next 2 years to monitor how it affects their stress. A small town of 7,000 people in Canada gave itself a new identity when they voted this year to change the city's name from Asbestos to Val de Source, or Valley of the Springs. The town got its name for being home to the largest asbestos mine in the world, but since the mineral has been linked to causing cancer and the mine has shut, residents voted to disassociate from the toxic substance. But it wasn't without a fight. More veteran members of the community were opposed to the name change as they felt it was unnecessary because in French, which is spoken there, the word for asbestos is amiante. Tensions are simmering in a United Nations-backed buffer zone between Morocco and Mauritania, which could bring a 29-year truce to a boiling point. The Western Sahara contested zone has long been controlled by Morocco under a ceasefire agreement with the Polisario Front, a pro-independence movement. But now, the front has blocked transportation between the two countries, and Morocco has launched a military operation in response. On the same latitude, but a few time zones over, Saudi Arabia wants to maintain its claim as the world's top energy exporter, but now with hydrogen. Blue hydrogen is a carbon dioxide byproduct of reforming natural gas, and Saudi Arabia sent its first cargo shipment of it to Japan this year, all in an effort to profit off the world's transition to greener fuels. Part of this goal also includes plans to build a $5 billion hydrogen-based ammonia plant powered by renewable energy on the Red Sea. Uzbekistan's language can be written in 3 ways: Arabic, Cyrillic, and Latin, but it's the latter that will soon be the norm thanks to a decree by the country's president which called for a faster transition away from Cyrillic. Though Uzbek was originally written in Arabic, Russian influence during the early 20th century changed it to Cyrillic, and now, to distance itself from Russia, Uzbekistan wants to move towards Latin script consisting of 29 letters and 1 apostrophe to help develop a stronger, more unique national identity. Peruvians are hoping that the 3rd time's a charm after 3 presidents reigned in just 1 week. Francisco Sagasti will now lead the country following a Congress-led ousting of 1 president and a 5-day term turned resignation by the 2nd. Sagasti is seen as a consensus builder, so citizens are hopeful, but the tumultuous leadership changes over the past several years leave a lot of uncertainty and, frankly, apathy at this point. If there's a baby boom this spring, a shortage of condom manufacturing in March may be the culprit. A Malaysian company, Carex BHD, makes 1 in every 5 condoms globally, and when the pandemic hit this year, facilities were forced to shut down, resulting in at least 100 million fewer condoms worldwide. It ramped back up quickly, but the effects of a shortage like this could be at least 9 months away. It's been a year for Africa's richest woman, Isabel dos Santos. She's the eldest daughter of Angola's former longtime leader, José Eduardo dos Santos, and in January was charged with embezzlement and laundering more than $1 billion from her native country. Then, in October, her husband died in, reportedly, a diving accident off the coast of Dubai. He was an avid art collector and also tied up in the scandal she faced, meaning it's a tragic tale with lots of plot twists that doesn't seem to have a final chapter yet. Another story about $1 billion revolves around the United Kingdom's investment in Mozambique. This year, a deal was inked to send UK taxpayer-funded financial support to develop and export the African country's gas reserves, one of the largest financing projects on the continent ever, according to some reports. But citizens and environmental groups are shouting hypocrite as the UK continues to claim it's a global leader in the fight against climate change. Speaking of oil in Africa, a floating storage and offloading facility moored off the coast of Yemen continues to deteriorate and threatens to spill 1.1 million barrels of crude oil into the Red Sea, which would be 4 times the amount of the Exxon Valdez spill. The war in Yemen has prevented the United Nations from doing anything to prevent a potential leak, but recently, Houthi rebels, which control the area where the vessel is stuck and the oil company that owns it, gave permission for world leaders to move ahead with rehabilitation plans. The African country of Ghana may be a respite for Black Americans seeking refuge from the United States' ongoing racial injustice, and Ghanaian officials are actually recruiting members of the African diaspora. The government set up a handful of enticements for transplants, including land deals, expatriate guides, and quicker paths to citizenship, and all of this comes on the heels of a 45% increase in visitor numbers from the United States last year. Math, science, and reading are, of course, required subjects for children in school, and now, in one country, Downward Dog is too. In March, Nepal became the first nation in the world to incorporate yoga into its mandatory curriculum. Students in the Himalayan country won't just practice the poses, but they'll learn about the history of yogic thought and Ayurvedic medicine. Children, or the idea of them at least, are making headlines in Venezuela, where controversial Twitter-happy President Nicolas Maduro asked for every woman in the country to have 6 children. The plea was met with immediate backlash because the country is in a deep economic recession and is unable to provide essential services like food and healthcare for the millions of residents it already has. He apparently views more children as part of the solution, though he offered little in the way of specifics as to how. Ever heard of Voltko's chameleon? No? Well, that's okay. Almost nobody has, since the elusive reptile hadn't been seen in almost 100 years and was actually placed on the extinction list. But this year, a team of researchers spotted it on the northwest tip of Madagascar. There, the reptile is only thought to live during the rainy season, making it a mayfly of vertebrae. This, of course, makes it even more vulnerable to the deforestation that continues to threaten their sheer existence, but its rediscovery gives scientists hope for other species which were also thought to be extinct. The unearthing of 4 8,000-year-old skeletons in Cameroon is a groundbreaking find that's providing new information about our current human species. The DNA from these skeletons offers the first genetic material from West African humans, painting a better picture of how ancient people split into 4 genetic groups, both physically and geographically. Of the 4 populations, it's been the West African genes that have remained elusive to researchers until now. Political unrest looms over the Ivory Coast as President Alassane Ouattara won, controversially, a 3rd term in November. When his planned successor suddenly died this summer, Ouattara reneged on his pledge to leave office, and even though he received 94% of the vote, many, including the opposition, saw the process as unfair. It's indicative of a wider trend in African politics, which has seen 3rd-term bids and constitutional amendments increasing in recent years. More than 40% of North Korean men smoke, but a new law that bans puffing down in public places might smolder that statistic. Citing health reasons, tobacco is now prohibited in specific venues such as political and ideological education centers, theaters, cinemas, and medical and public health facilities. One person who might struggle with this new law? leader Kim Jong-un, who is a chain smoker and frequently photographed with a cigarette in hand. But the country is moving forward with the prohibition despite being unable to convince its supreme leader to kick the habit. Another big find was recently made by scientists, this time in the Great Barrier Reef off the coast of Australia, where a pinnacle of coral 1/3 of a mile long was discovered by researchers. While you might think that the world-famous natural wonder would be thoroughly mapped out, this was actually the first major new element of the reef to be discovered in over 120 years. Of course, the reef is shrinking by the year due to the effects of climate change and coral bleaching, so even the discovery of this comparatively small section is great news. Niger is one of the world's poorest countries, but its location also makes it a key regional recipient of Western aid funding the fight against Islamic terrorism. That's why an audit of its defense spending that revealed a loss of $137 million over 8 years raised more than eyebrows. Apparently, the country was overcharged in several instances, sometimes by nearly $20 million, for important military equipment, and Western countries that grant Niger money are questioning their decisions and potentially future giving. You don't have to worry about the spread of airborne viruses in Sri Lanka's newest museum because it's underwater. Created by naval officers off the southern tip of the island nation, the country's first ever below-water museum is a collection of artifacts and sculptures installed 50 feet beneath the surface. The attraction is not only intended to draw tourists, but it should lure fish and spur coral growth too. One of Burkina Faso's largest gold mines was shut down for almost a year after 39 employees were killed in an attack on their convoy. Since then, the Canadian-owned Bungu mine has restarted with tightened security measures and improved infrastructure. During the year hiatus, the mine's owners actually changed from one Canadian company to another for $735 million, which is notable because, even though agriculture still accounts for 80% of the country's economy, gold exports driven by foreign investments continue to develop alternate economic sectors. And on the subject of West African unrest, a military coup in Mali ousted the country's president and prime minister in August following 8 years of disrupted elections, government corruptions, and Islamic insurgency. Military colonels remain in power today. This further instability could send ripple effects across the region because of Mali's strategic location for Western countries such as France and the United States, which have actively tried to prevent increased tensions in the area. File this story under Stranger Than Fiction because, well, it's about nonfiction. Some 200 books, including first editions by Galileo and Sir Isaac Newton, were found buried underneath a rural Romanian cottage after a 3-year search that spanned 45 addresses in 3 countries. The $3.35 million worth of books were stolen during a heist from a London warehouse in 2017. Looking to get away from it all? For a cool $20 million, you can buy a 50,000-acre island off the coast of Chile. Acquiring private islands is nothing new, but this one is making headlines because environmentalists and the indigenous population are not happy that this biodiversity hotspot has a price tag at all. Even though the island has been in private hands for a century, they're worried that new ownership could jeopardize its future conservation and sets a dangerous precedent. In an effort to bolster its economy, Malawi became the 5th African country to decriminalize medical marijuana. Almost 80% of the country's population is employed in agriculture, and it used to be a major producer of tobacco, but as global demand for tobacco declines, it's looking for alternate revenue streams. Enter Malawi Gold, an already popular strain of recreational cannabis. The country's dry climate is actually conducive to growing marijuana, and as the herb's popularity increases around the world, Malawians plan to jump on the ganja train. Kazakhstan is known for a few things: its oil and gas economy, its proximity to Russia and Mongolia, and just generally for being a stan, but in Western culture is perhaps most famous for one of its fictional natives, Borat Sagdiyev. Played by actor Sacha Baron Cohen, the satirical character Borat pokes fun at Kazakhstan with the catchphrase, "Very nice," but officials there realize those words have staying power and recently officially adopted them as their official tourism slogan. The African Ansel mole rat, native to Zambia, is near blind, burrows underground, and this year, scientists discovered it can sense magnetic fields with its eyes. Though the animal's eyes are barely functional, discerning between just light and dark, this new discovery gives more clues as to how the creature travels and lives in an underground network up to 1.7 miles or 2.7 kilometers long, and of course, it may help humans in our own scientific advances as we learn more about nature and, as we often do, try to mimic it. Government officials in Guatemala passed a $12.2 billion budget that raised stipends for representatives' meals while cutting funding for human rights agencies, healthcare, and education, triggering residents to protest in the streets and set the congressional building on fire. Their anger at the misplaced spending comes on the heels of not only the pandemic, but 2 destructive hurricanes that tore through the country this fall. It turns out, tragedy after tragedy is when people need help the most. In July, Ecuador reported that more than 300 Chinese fishing vessels were encroaching on its exclusive fishing zones near the Galapagos, with the illegal fishing fleets going as far as to turn off their tracking devices to remain undetected. So, the South American country joined coastal neighbors Chile, Peru, and Colombia to file a joint statement, or rather a light threat, about protecting their waters from the increasing creep of foreign fishing and, ultimately, China's expanding presence. Overseas, some new research into the life of the Netherlands' most famous artist, Vincent van Gogh, reveals that he didn't suffer from schizophrenia or syphilis, as some have theorized, but rather that the delirium leading up to his death may be attributed to alcohol withdrawal. The artist was institutionalized twice, once after cutting off his ear, and reported hallucinations both times. Researchers now believe these symptoms were due to his lack of wine and absinthe, which he consumed in great amounts during the most prolific and final years of his life. In somber news, Syria topped an unenviable list in 2019, being named the deadliest place in the world for humanitarian workers. The report on the subject, released this year, details that the number of people killed helping the war-torn country rose sharply last year, with the majority of deaths stemming from aerial strikes. Officials say the grim statistic will make it harder to recruit aid workers to a place where they're needed the most. One rodent that's turning its species' reputation around is Magawa, a landmine-sniffing rat in Cambodia. The 5-year-old African pouched rat has discovered 39 landmines, 28 pieces of unexploded ordnance, and helped clear more than 1.5 million square feet of land over the past 4 years, rightfully earning itself the gold medal from the People's Dispensary for Sick Animals. That, unsurprisingly, makes it the first rat to receive an award that is usually reserved for humans. After the tragic port explosion in Beirut, Senegal moved quickly to avoid a similar catastrophe and removed 3,050 tons of ammonium nitrate from its port. The substance was transported to Mali, where it was used to make bombs for mining operations. Ammonium nitrate is commonly found in fertilizers and explosives, so ports around the world which temporarily house the volatile compound, such as Senegal's Dakar, made sure they weren't in the same vulnerable situation as Beirut, where the substance led to the accidental explosion that killed 190 people. South African extractive economies continue to make headlines, such as Chad, which recently asked UNESCO to postpone the process for designating Lake Chad as a World Heritage Site. Why? Because Chad wants to explore oil and gas development in the lake area, which directly opposes UNESCO's conservation goals for World Heritage Sites. It also came as a surprise to Cameroon, Niger, and Nigeria, which cooperated on the 2-year application process for the multinational lake to gain this distinctive designation. More fish theft brings us to the coast of Somalia, which stretches 2,000 miles or 3,200 kilometers and is the longest coastline in Africa. That expanse makes it harder for the country to police its waters, where poachers like a 192-vessel fleet from Iran are illegally fishing in the country's exclusive economic zone. The size of the Iranian operation, discovered this year, is a blow to Somalia, where 1 in 3 residents face hunger, and it demonstrates the rising tensions over the planet's limited natural resources. One resource being exported out of Africa that benefits from increased demand is a Zimbabwean film that became the country's first feature to make it to Netflix. The movie, Cook Off, is about a woman who enters a TV cooking show, and it was made for just $8,000, an impressive feat given that it was produced in 2017, just before the country's economy collapsed. This acquisition by the streaming giant gives more credibility to Zimbabwe's film industry and means that the production crew and actors may finally get paid. A small band of chimpanzees in Guinea that are known for their remarkable use of tools were thought to be near extinction until the tribe's last fertile female gave birth to a beacon of hope, another female. Deforestation and isolation led to the tribe's demise, and this group is of particular interest to researchers because they mimic humans' use of tools. But this bundle of joy has also created momentum for the country's residents to increase protections and forestation to ensure there is a future for the chimpanzees. One of the world's most wanted fugitives was found this year in a small apartment on the outskirts of Paris. Felicien Kabuga was arrested for his role in the Rwandan genocide, which killed 800,000 members of the Tutsi ethnic minority, among others, in 1994. Kabuga will be tried in a UN tribunal court next year, and this capture renews efforts to find others on the run who played significant roles in the country's darkest days. France and Benin also made news in 2020, with the former's government fast-tracking a bill aimed at returning looted objects to the sub-Saharan country within a year. The move is part of a multi-year restitution effort between European countries and their former colonies, and this law specifically returns 26 royal artifacts that were stolen from the Abomey Palace during the 19th century. These cultural repatriation efforts are ongoing, signaling an African drive to reclaim its cultural identity after centuries of European pillaging. Efforts to protect sea turtles in Tunisia are working, says new scientific research that shows nests on Kiryat Island have increased from 11 to more than 40 since 1997. Turtles are a keystone species, meaning their disappearance would disproportionately damage ecosystems, and their increased presence in this area, despite threats from people, climate, and pollution, is good news for the reptiles and the workers striving to save them. Two Chinese bidders, with the pseudonym Super Duper and Hitman, bought a Belgian racing pigeon for a record price of $1.9 million. Belgium is the world's leading racing pigeon breeding country, and thanks to a booming economy, the Chinese upper class have a lot of money to spend even compared to a decade ago. So why not invest in something like a pigeon? The bird will likely be bred with another genetically superior pigeon to create a super bird that will dominate in racing circles, and betting on those is just one area where the Chinese are spending significant amounts of their yuan. 11 months in Argentina sounds nice, but for Bolivian President Evo Morales, it was more of an exile. He re-entered Bolivia this November after a 2019 campaign for a fourth presidential term became marred by fraud allegations, leading him to flee the country. A caretaker government has managed affairs since then, but when Morales' former economic minister recently assumed leadership, it paved the way for Morales to return, though it's unclear what role he'll play in the country's new reality. If it all sounds turbulent, it is. Latin American countries continue to struggle with government instability, and this is just one more on the list. The financial situation in Cuba worsened this year when the United States placed increased restrictions on the country, forcing the closure of 400 Western Union offices and potentially cutting off a stream of remittances from abroad. The United States claims the move came in response to the Cuban government purportedly siphoning a cut of the incoming money, but officials there say the move was politically motivated. Cuban-American relations have become more tenuous under Trump, but the new Biden administration is expected to reinstate diplomatic relations, especially since Cuban refugee Alejandro Mayorkas has been nominated to lead the Department of Homeland Security. Hopping one island over, Haiti's local president of FIFA, the governing body for soccer, has been shut out and not in the winning way. Haitian football president Yves Jean-Bart was issued a lifetime ban from all football-related activities after he was found guilty of sexually harassing and abusing female players, including minors. He was also fined roughly $1.1 million. Many are lauding the punishment, saying abuse should be rooted out of any industry at any level. South Sudan is the world's youngest country, formed in 2011. Since then, it's experienced almost a decade of civil war, but earlier this year, feuding parties finally signed a unity agreement. Millions of people continue to flee the country and suffer from extreme hunger, but the establishment of a ruling party offers one step in the right direction toward stability. President Pierre Nkurunziza of Burundi died suddenly of a heart attack at the age of 55. He leaves behind a legacy as an autocratic ruler known for committing a variety of human rights abuses, and his death in June came just weeks after the country had already elected a successor, which only happened because Nkurunziza did not seek re-election. His death will have impact on regional and global relations, potentially allowing for increased unity under new leadership. Despite the pandemic, the Dominican Republic has hosted more than 24 feature film and TV production shoots this year, which poured $80 million into the local economy, smashing a previous annual record of $30 million in 2017. Producers track their local expenditures because part of the country's international incentive for filming there is a 25% rebate through a transferable tax credit. That's attractive to American filmmakers like M. Night Shyamalan, who took advantage of it this year because they can spend 25% of wages in the Dominican Republic and maintain tax incentive status in the United States. A deer stealing their rifle isn't something that hunters would think they'd have to worry about when out stalking, but that's what happened to one in the Czech Republic when his dog startled the deer, which ran toward him and looped his rifle with an antler. The deer was seen a mile away, with the gun still in tow. Reportedly, it wasn't loaded, but had it been, a deer claiming self-defense might have worked in this case. Also filed under bizarre sightings is a tiny child floating on an inflatable unicorn in the Mediterranean Sea. The 3-year-old girl was swept into the water while playing on a beach in Greece, but rescued shortly after by a passing ferry boat. She was delivered back to her family safely, and yes, the unicorn made it, too. When Brazilian Maya Gabeira surfed a 73.5-foot or 22.4-meter wave off the coast of Portugal in February, she didn't just ride the biggest wave ever for a woman, it was the largest wave surfed by anyone, period, during the 2019-2020 season. She is the first woman in professional surfing to top all men in terms of wave size in a season, but with another female surfer earning spot number 2 on the big wave list this year, it's clear she may not hold the title for long. The title for the highest smoking rate in the world goes to Jordan, where a shocking 80% of the male population says they use smoke or use nicotine products daily. This was a status previously held by Indonesia and bucked the global trend of declining tobacco use. Multinational tobacco companies are still allowed to hold a large amount of influence in Jordan, from funding school programs to being featured on the Prime Minister's social media, and this widespread interference is likely what's increasing use. Rapper Cardi B may have overstepped her political boundaries when she posted an advertisement supporting Armenia to her 76 million Instagram followers. Like all wars, the conflict between Azerbaijan and Armenia has been a tragic one that ended with Armenia's defeat and a pact between the two countries over the disputed territory of Nagorno-Karabakh, which will remain with Azerbaijan. But Cardi B was only trying to help a real estate agent friend when she made the post and has since apologized amid the backlash. Unstaffed grocery stores accessed by logging in with Bank ID, the national identification app operated by Sweden's banks, seems like something only Sweden could pull off in remote areas, which is why they're probably the ones doing it. Amid a drastic decline in food markets across the country, mostly in rural areas, the company Livs has installed almost 20 small container stores that are fully stocked with meat, vegetables, dairy, and desserts. Customers simply swipe an app to enter and pay for groceries, no store clerk needed. Israeli flights traveling to and from the United Arab Emirates can now cross through Saudi Arabian airspace, marking the first time that commercial jets on this route can pass over the kingdom's territory. The announcement cuts travel time between the two countries in half to 3.5 hours and signals normalizing relations, both diplomatically and economically. According to reports, the decision to open the airspace came at the request of the UAE. It became the third Arab country to acknowledge relations with Israel, behind Egypt and Jordan, and the development signals some progress in an otherwise unstable region, though Saudi Arabia was quick to note that opening airspace didn't change the country's stance on the Israel-Palestine issue. Despite having previously faced murder charges, Juan Carlos Bonilla Valladares, aka the Tiger, was still named police chief in 2012 in Honduras. So it may not come as a surprise that he didn't uphold the tenets of the job and is now charged with conspiring to smuggle cocaine into the United States, but the plot thickens. He wasn't smuggling cocaine for just anyone, but doing the dirty work for the Honduran president and his brother, the latter of which was convicted for drug trafficking in New York last year. In Hungary, a scientist accidentally created a new fish hybrid in a lab dubbed the sturddlefish. The combination of Russian sturgeon, whose eggs make premium caviar, and American paddlefish, a filter feeder found in less than half of the United States, is an unlikely one that would probably never have occurred without human intervention, based on geography alone. And while there's no real practical purpose to the awkward-looking creature, it does demonstrate that species' genetics are sometimes more similar than previously thought. Also in the neighborhood is the proposed Baltic Black Sea Waterway, a 12,040-mile, 2,000-kilometer inland shipping route that would cut through Poland, Ukraine, and some of the most ecologically rich parts of Belarus. Oh, and it would involve dredging up land inside the Chernobyl exclusion zone, which could potentially expose millions of people to latent nuclear waste. Proponents say it would spur an economic boon for the region, while opponents argue it will destroy the, quote, Amazon of Europe. It may end up happening piecemeal, with Ukraine and Belarus committing, and already starting in some cases, to dredging up parts of their tributary rivers. Tajikistan is one of the poorest countries in East Asia, and many residents cross into Russia for higher-paying jobs and higher education. The Russian-speaking population in this country has dwindled tenfold in 4 decades, but there's new interest in teaching children their neighbor's language, marked by officials' announcement that they would build 5 more Russian-speaking schools, with a capacity for 1,200 students in each, in addition to the 10 that have been constructed in just the past 2 years. A musician in Austria is pulling a different sort of string, that of Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart's 250-year-old violin. The musician took a leap when he asked the foundation that owns the violin if he could borrow it to play and record the violin concertos on the exact instrument Mozart composed them on between 1773 and 1775. The answer was yes, and he performed them in October to small, live audiences. A group of United Nations officials signed a letter to 4 countries protesting the development of a massive mine in Papua New Guinea, citing grave concerns both for the environment and human rights. If built, the mine would be the largest in the nation's history and potentially produce $1.5 billion of gold, copper, and silver annually for 30 years. But that money would mostly go to Chinese investors in the Australian registered mining company, and the real costs would come in the form of catastrophic economic disaster on the Sepik River, where it would be located. More than 43 million tweets amplifying positive news coverage of Serbian President Aleksandar Vučić were linked to his Serbian Progressive Party, and Twitter subsequently blocked 8,500 accounts for attempts to undermine public conversation. The tweets were making his governing look better than it actually was, and this isn't just happening in Serbia. The tech company blocked some additional 13,000 accounts in countries like Egypt, Honduras, and Saudi Arabia for doing the same thing. Serbia is the 98th largest country in the world, meaning we're halfway to 195. Therefore, that's where we'll end part 1, and part 2 will be going up December 31st. While you wait for that, though, I have something else, new and rather exciting, for you to watch. Tomorrow, on Nebula, we release the first episode of Sam from Wendover Presents, a very good trivia show presented by Sam from Wendover. You see, we were going to film something for our last Nebula original of the year on location, like we normally do, but then, everything got in the way. Can't break our C-word rule now. Therefore, we decided to do something completely different. A trivia show, filmed remotely, with 3 fantastic contestants. Brian from Real Engineering, Dave from City Beautiful, and Jordan Herod. They competed in 7 games, some of which were pretty normal, and others of which were pretty out there. This was all hosted by me, and I even go on camera, so get mentally prepared for that. Of course, the only place to watch this is on Nebula, as their business model makes bigger projects like this financially possible, and there's quite literally never been a better time to sign up. That's because our sponsor, CuriosityStream, is having its biggest ever sale, 41% off, meaning it works out to less than $1 a month, and by signing up at curiositystream.com/Wendover, any subscription is bundled with a Nebula subscription for the exact same price. That's 2 whole streaming sites, with thousands of top-quality documentaries and non-fiction shows from bigger names, in the case of CuriosityStream, and tons of bigger budget projects from your favorite educationalist creators, in the case of Nebula, for less than the cost of a bus fare per month. While you wait for our original to come out, you could, for example, watch something quite similar to this video. It's where CuriosityStream rounds up the top science stories of 2020 in an hour-long special, which is quite good. This sale will end very soon, so make sure to sign up at curiositystream.com/Wendover, and you'll be supporting this and countless other independent channels while you're at it.